Welcome everyone, my name is Rigel and today I will be talking about my afterthoughts and analysis on Eurovision 2022. Now, as you may have noticed, it's been a while. It's actually, as I'm recording this, it's been 2 weeks since Eurovision 2022 concluded. The reason for that is because I've had a lot of school stuff to deal with in the meantime. Like last week, I had to hand in one assignment, a presentation, and another 1,500 word essay. And earlier this week, specifically on Monday, I actually had my last exam. So now that that's free, I've had some time to just chill and relax, and finally I have found motivation to get this video done. Now, I will say, I've always said this in my videos, but this not gonna be scripted, and usually I actually do multiple takes on a lot of my more specific videos, like the top 16 that I did a while ago. If you thought that wasn't scripted, get ready for this, because this is essentially gonna be just a rambling session of what I feel. I'm not gonna I will have some vague guidelines of what I think and what I say, but this is essentially gonna be a rambling session. It would have been a live stream if there was people watching this. However, there aren't, so I'm just recording this in my own time. So I might even move away from the mic to drink water or something in the middle of the recording. Who knows? Anyway, this is just gonna be a huge rambling session. And we'll talk about Eurovision 2022, how I felt about it, and I will say I'm not gonna talk about national finals here because I'm planning on an entirely separate video for that. So stay tuned for that. But for now, let's get right into it. So here are the sections of my video that I will be talking about. Production, semi-final 1, semi-final 2, grand final, gossip, final thoughts, and also one that I couldn't find space for, which is what's next. I'll talk about these two, just kind of keep my mind somewhat in check, keep it vaguely relevant to the discussion. I'll be following these. There'll probably be timestamps and chapters in the description. I might even split it down even more beyond those sections. For if you, for whatever reason, want to look at me talking about, for example, a specific country, or a specific event or something like that. So, I'm vaguely gonna follow these sections. And with that, let's get into production. Alright, production. Oh boy. What good things can I say about this? One thing I can say for sure is that I hope Italy never hosts Eurovision again, because this was a right old mess, start to finish. Some of it they couldn't control, like the jury's results from Azerbaijan, Romania, etc. But there were so many things they could have done better. And being me, who started watching Eurovision on Rotterdam, which was technologically one of the smoothest editions, as I understand it, in recent memory, this just felt like a huge step back. First off, let's not even talk about technical things. Like, what the hell is this TikTok dance interval act? Well, it's not an interval, it's opening act, but you get it. It's why would you do this? It pulls away, it detracts from the Eurovision experience, which is it feels kind of formal, right? But then you introduce stupid TikTok dances. Just why? And here I've only got a couple of most notable examples of the failures that Rai committed during Eurovision 2022 The most notable one, of course, being the arches, or I think some people call it the rainbow of death or something like that. They said actually it could turn, but it couldn't turn fast enough. But then, at designer of arches, why couldn't you just make it spin faster? And also, not to mention, at the center of the arches, that LED panel was so like low resolution that you could, like, whenever they zoom in on someone standing in front of the little semicircle screen, you can see the rings of lights from like each pixel, and it was that big. So it just didn't make for a very good viewing experience. And even with Ukraine, with Stefania, you could see the arch was very obvious, I guess, particularly in that scene with the crying woman's face. You get it, but it was really obvious throughout a lot of these. And I had heard rumors. Well, they're not rumors; they're just true. But like, Monica Liu from Lithuania had really big plans involving the arches, actually. But of course, they weren't to be. So she just kind of had to improvise and just basically do her, Pabando Mishnawio performance, which and also added some like sparkly effects, mirror effects and such, which surprisingly worked out in her favor. And we'll get to it, but I'm actually still really surprised about Lithuania qualifying. Anyway, as you can see here, we also have Stefan from Estonia, and I think like in terms of LEDs, I think he would have fit a lot better with Rotterdam, because it was very LED heavy. You can see the desert landscape behind him. However, there's just this really obvious arch there ruining the scenery, and thankfully for him, he had the charisma, he had the energy to run around the stage, and of course the $1 million smile. So he did qualify, which is good for him. But someone who did not qualify was Ireland. And one thing that people noticed is that for some reason they didn't show the title card for Brooke, actually. The arches LED graphic thing, writing Ireland, that's Rich Brooke, that kind of stuff. They didn't show that in semifinal 2, and some people actually believe that this directly contributed to Ireland's non-qualification, because most people didn't even know it was Ireland, actually. And also right here I've shown 2 screens which I don't think were actually intended in the original thing. Just some random audience shot at the start, and then a far shot, a wide shot from the front, when I'm pretty sure it was just meant to be starting from the top as it had been intended. And a lot of these things, and I think this does constitute part of why Ireland didn't qualify this year, but we'll get to it. We have an entire section on semifinal 2, so we'll get to it. And this is the 4th one down here. As if Cornelia hadn't been screwed over enough, they had to misplace her disc thing in the grand final performance, which I don't think affected it that much, at least not in the eyes of the public. But for people like me, it just pisses me off a lot, basically. And I think I think at least that, again, there was probably this concerted effort to essentially boycott Sweden this year, which is just not very nice. It didn't even work out for them, because Sweden still ended up above Italy, so take that. yeah, anyway, it's just a mess, and I think one of the few good things that actually came out of Turin 2022 was Samia Hafsawi, the woman who does the Eurovision backstage stuff. She's great. She's absolutely wonderful, but she is not Italian. She is Dutch. But yeah, she's great. But other than that, I can't really say the same for most of the production this year from Italy. And in fact, they've actually offered to host again in the event that Ukraine isn't able to host. And to that, I say a fat resounding no. So overall, it's just a huge mess. I can't really say much else, and I don't know what Dusseldorf 2011 was like. Do let me know if you have watched it. I haven't myself, but I can't imagine it being much better given the German broadcasters' recent attitude on Eurovision. But yeah, I generally think that Big Five productions on adult Eurovision probably aren't great, and also the hosts. I forgot to talk about the hosts. Like Laura Pausini is great, but she can't speak English. Mika confused Poland for Holland, and Catalan just felt like an all around walking cringe fest. As exemplified by the TikTok dance. I know he can do better. I know he could have done better. But I guess he just didn't. And at least for me, you can argue otherwise. But I think the hosts last year were much more enjoyable to listen to and to watch. They were much more professional. They were fun, but not like taking it over the line. And I think in terms of hosting in both aspects, I think I just much more prefer the Dutch to the Italians. And well, let's see who's hosting 2023. And regardless of who's hosting, I think it's probably going to be better than the Italians. But well, who knows? In recent months, I've been pretty vocal about my Italophobia, as they call it. But for me, at least, it's not so much Italophobia. It's more bad production phobia. If any other country pulled this kind of poor hosting as well, I would equally roast them as hard for it. But in this case, it happens to be Italy. It's not just hating on Italy for the sake of being Italy. In fact, I really, really like Zitia Boni. However, just personal taste-wise, I don't really like Italian songs. But that aside, the hosting this year really was nothing short of disastrous, I think. Again, if any other country did this kind of poor hosting, I would roast them as well. But right now I haven't found any, so I really again, it's just bad hosting. The arches don't work, random cuts, cringy hosts. I could go on forever, but Italy, please never host Eurovision again in my lifetime. Thank you. Alright, time to get to the results, and we will be starting off with semifinal 1. I'll go by running order, and then I'll comment on each country, and at the end I'll also give a little roundup of the results, that is if I remember to, and then maybe talk about some stuff beyond that. Let's start with Albania. Now, how do I put this? For most of the pre-season, we always thought Albania was one of the firmest qualifiers this year. Well, at least I did. I don't know about other people, but I think that was kind of the general consensus in the community. But then we got the live show footage, and it all just kind of fell apart. I think part of that comes down to the aesthetic. In the Fix 60 performance, we saw something more like warrior princess, and even the music video was pretty cool as well. It was very medieval, medieval twerking, as some people put it on Twitter. And that was a cool aesthetic too, and I expected they would impart at least some of that into the live show, but then it just kind of fell apart. It went from warrior princess to medieval twerking to how do I put it? Sleepover lingerie, lingerie sleepover. You get the idea. It just had a really, it's got a different vibe, but that doesn't always necessarily mean a bad thing. It's different, but in this case, I don't think it worked out in their favors at all. The televote had it as a qualifier, as you can see here. They actually put them at 9th place, but the jury were not so keen, obviously. And honestly, I'm not really surprised. The camera angles were off. The dancing, it was fine, but I think it lacked a little bit of oomph. And actually, I think that the hair swinging thing was actually a little random. It was there in Fix 60, but it was a much more coordinated effort. Whereas in this case, it's just Ronella doing it, and the jurors are just left to ask themselves, what the hell is this woman doing? And I guess that's part of why the jury rated this so poorly. It's here's the thing, right? With songs like these, it's generally these are generally televote dependent songs, and in fact, the televote did rate this pretty highly. And by pretty highly, I mean 9th place, which is actually not that high. So, if you want to succeed as a televote dependent song when you're going early in the semifinal, you really have to catch everyone's attention. But in this case, I guess that just didn't happen. There were bigger, televote magnets in the lineup, I guess. Ronella's a great person, but yeah, this performance really wasn't it. I was thinking, and let's be honest, it was more wishful thinking, but I was hoping that maybe Ronella would sneak through like 9th place, 10th place, but I guess that just wasn't meant to be. And I was very sad about it. When it happened, but in hindsight, I don't think it was actually all that surprising. We had hyped it up this long. In fact, I think in my top 16, I said it would be a very good result for Albania, but then the stage show just kind of fell apart, and I don't know if this necessarily to do with the family-friendly thing that was being pushed around a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if it's to do with that, but I think at least mentally that must have had a little bit of an impact on Ronella, and as a result, the stage show just did not come together, I'm afraid. There is one song later that I want to mention was absolutely robbed, but unfortunately for me, this is not one of them. Moving on. Latvia. Now, when this running order first came out, a lot of people were speculating that the EBU might have been trying to change the slot to deaf slot rhetoric, by putting more upbeat songs and more likely to qualify songs in slot 2, but I guess that wasn't the case. It upholds its position, and if anything, it's actually strengthened its position, because previously it was said that the actual semi-final deaf slot is slot 3, not slot 2. So yeah, in this case, I think it was just a case of, just being so early on, and also it is a little bit crass, if you want to call it that. I don't want to call it vulgar, but it's certainly crass in its form of expression, I guess you would call it. It was a very colorful show. The camera angles were all right. The vocals were okay. Again, the arches were very obvious. But I guess they kind of supplemented that with the ground LEDs. I think it was actually an okay show, but the problem is, right? It's first off, it's a televote dependent song going early, and second, it is dealing with more. Well, it's dealing with a topic that we all know about, veganism, but in, again, a very crass manner. And ironically, everyone thought it was going to be a televote magnet. But ironically, as you can see here, the jury actually gave Latvia more points than the televote, which is very interesting. So again, it's a televote dependent song, but it's going so early that by the end of the show, I don't think most people will be remembering this. And actually, yeah, in hindsight, I'm not surprised. Well, before I wasn't actually particularly hopeful for them to qualify anyway. So yeah, I'm not really surprised about this result. I was a little surprised about Albania, but again, what's done is done, and in hindsight, I don't think Albania was necessarily robbed. But yeah, Latvia put on a pretty solid performance. However, the song is a little crass. And for a televote dependent song, it's coming way too early in the running order. So yeah, I'm not surprised about this, but Latvia really need to rethink their approach to Eurovision, because they've been enqueuing for a good few years now, and it's not looking good for them. Unlike the next country in the running order, and also their neighbor, Lithuania. Whew. I'm running out of breath a little here, but yeah, I really was not expecting this to go through. Actually, it certainly stands out after Latvia, but I did not expect such a good response to Monica Liu from the televote. Everyone thought it was gonna be like this song that would be propped through solely by the jury, but turns out the jury was actually the one underrating the song rather than the televote, which is very interesting. Part of it you can of course boil down to diaspora, but I think part of it is also just that Monica's stage show was very special. It's very enchanting, if you will. It's unlike anything you'd ever see in Eurovision. Someone singing, I think Twitter called it a Soviet chanson, in the Lithuanian language with a bob cut. Yes, unlike anything you'd ever see in Eurovision. And I think, in addition to diaspora, I think this is part of what got Lithuania through. And actually, Lithuania being underrated in the jury isn't too surprising. There's no big vocal moments necessarily in not a lot of vocal moments in the song, and it's not actually particularly vocally impressive as a song. It's not requiring multiple registers or anything like that. It wasn't very eye-catching stuff, but for the televote, I guess it was pretty memorable. Not just because of, again, diaspora, but also because it's just very unique, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised that Monica Liu actually made top 5 in the televote in the semi. But I'm really happy to see that. She was growing on me ever since she won the national final. And yeah, anyway, I think it was a good result for Monkelu when everyone, was worrying that she wouldn't go through, but instead it was actually Ronella who couldn't go through, um, and the rest is history, I guess. And I'll get to her results in the grand final when we get to the grand final. But yeah, again, I'm just pleasantly surprised at this result. So yeah, good for you, Monica Liu. Good for the Lithuanian language, which has, for the first time in the 21st century, entered the grand final, and maybe this will encourage more artists in Lithuania to submit more Lithuanian language songs to the selection. Right, next up we have Switzerland. Very complicated relationship with this one. Yeah, I knew the jury would love it. I mean, jury top 5, come on. And the televote would hate it, but I didn't know whether that was enough to get them across the board, and I guess it was, unfortunately. Yeah, as you can tell, I don't really like the song at all. As a Eurovision song, anyway, taking that context aside, it sounds pretty lovely, but as a Eurovision song, I think this has zero competitiveness. Yeah, it's I don't know how to really explain it, particularly because in the jury final, someone leaks the footage and he actually kind of messed up his high note. So I still have no idea how he got through with such a high jury point, in fact. But yeah, no, this is jury bait, and I'm not surprised about that. I'm just saying that in the Eurovision context, I'm not totally a fan of this song, so, and also Marius just does not have a good personality. I'm just gonna say that much. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't find myself to like the song, at least not in a Eurovision context. And hopefully, in the near future, maybe we'll see Switzerland be more competitive again. Yeah, not really much else to say about Switzerland. I don't like that they qualified, but I guess they did. So moving on to another country that definitely did not qualify, and I don't think anyone saw them as a qualifier in the first place, Slovenia. Well, yeah, I think if there was one non-qualifier that was the clearest out of the bunch, it was Slovenia. I'm not sure what Twitter Eurofans were going on about this qualifying 6th place or something. No, this was not gonna happen. And someone has to come last place. I had wished for it to be Bulgaria, but I guess it's Slovenia. And I do kind of feel bad for the kids. They're like 16 or 17 or something like that. I do kind of feel bad for the kids, but I guess they can just take this as a learning experience. And as they called it, the few weeks away from school. So yeah, well, at least they got to represent their country. And yeah, in hindsight, well, not in hindsight, but just always, I've never seen them as a qualifier, because the song isn't very interesting. At least, certainly not in this running order. The song isn't very interesting. The lead singer doesn't really have too much of a stage presence, and there was this camera angle that was actually kind of messed up. For some reason, they replayed the exact same. They redid the exact same camera angle twice when they were like going around the disco ball for some reason. I don't know why they did that, but I don't suppose it really mattered that much. So yeah, one of the most obvious non-qualifiers of all time, and I can't say I'm surprised, unfortunately. I'm just saying they probably would have qualified if they had sent either Luma or July Jones, but let's keep that to the national finals video. Right, moving on to Ukraine, the winner of the semifinal and eventual winner of Eurovision 2022. Now, I must say one thing is that kind of intrigues me. One thing that really intrigues me is the they didn't actually landslide the televote here, unlike in the grand final. You know, you can see here Moldova got 135, but Ukraine only got 202, which is actually not that large of a margin. So yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised about that. But I suppose fewer locals watch the semifinals than the final. So you know, fair enough. But I'm also kind of surprised about Ukraine getting third in the jury. Though, given the current situation, I shouldn't be surprised. But anyway, yeah, they put on a pretty good show. It was much more polished compared to the Vidbeer performance. That was really messy, I feel like. But here it's a lot more refined, a lot more intentional. And the graphics were good. However, you know, there was a very noticeable cut-off point of the LEDs on the ground, which kind of ruined the whole yellow light beaming onto a center point thing. But yeah, either way, it was much more professional, much more clean, much more refined as a hip hop song. And so I'm not really how do I put it? I'm not really surprised they won the semi for obvious reasons, but you know, war or no war, the Ukrainians know how to stage stuff, and this clearly shows this year. And unlike Slovenia, obviously, you know, we knew Ukraine was going to qualify. And interestingly, Ukraine was actually announced as the 8th qualifier, and when we get to semifinal 2, I'll tell you why that's significant. But for now, yeah, Ukraine qualified, won the semi. No one's really surprised about that. But for now, let's move on to the next country, Bulgaria. Now, from the start, we always thought that Bulgaria was dead in the water as soon as Intention was released, even though it was quite literally the only song that we had known at the time for Eurovision 2022. But then the stage show kind of worried us because, you know, they were bringing pyro and good camera shots on the guitar solo. But thankfully, they didn't qualify, and, you know, I hope BNT goes back to their normal not being bribed states. However, who knows if that's gonna happen. But yeah, the song isn't good. The stage show was certainly better. It got some of us worried for a second that they would actually qualify. But thankfully they were being sandwiched by Ukraine and the Netherlands, and I think in the televote for sure that diminished their chances. So yeah, not really surprised they didn't qualify. Though I would have hoped for, like I said, I would have hoped for them to be, you know, last place in the semi, but I guess that had to go to Slovenia, which I'm also not surprised about. So yeah, with that, moving on to the Netherlands. I think the main thing I want to say about the Netherlands is that I'm actually kind of surprised at how low it is in the televote. You know, even lower than Lithuania, for God's sake. But it was very high in the jury, understandably. You know, the jury are prone. I don't know if that's the right word. Or, you know, the jury tend to like this kind of stuff anyway. Though I will say, again, this huge imbalance between the jury and the televote was kind of surprising because, you know, I had thought initially that maybe the ooh ah ah part would be very memorable for a televote, but, you know, I guess that's not the case. But, you know, they still made it through. Obviously, they got second in the semi, which I'm actually kind of surprised about. You know, all these people were hyping up Greece, and then only then for Netherlands to end up above Greece is kind of hilarious. But yeah, not surprising that she went through. You know, I made a joke in my qualifier predictions thread that she would probably qualify even if she was just singing a cappella. And I guess, yeah, she qualified very easily. The jury loved this. Televote maybe not so much, but still enough love for S10 such that she qualifies very comfortably for the grand final. So yeah, and also that's the the Dutch language in the grand final for the first time since I don't even know when, because the last time they sent a Dutch language song was 2009, I think. And in that case, they didn't actually qualify, but in this case, they did. So again, this is again proving that the Eurovision audience generally are now more appreciative of native language entries, and you can't be mad about that. Getting more language diversity in the grand final is always a good thing, and I hope more countries send songs in their native language soon. Cough cough Denmark, cough cough Norway, cough cough Sweden, cough cough Finland, etc. But yeah, very happy that the Netherlands qualified with a song in the Dutch language, and maybe we'll see Belgium send a song in the Dutch language as well, who knows. And after that, we move on to Moldova. In my I don't know if I said this in my my top 16 video, but I said that I don't like the song myself, but it does make me happy, but objectively it's not really a song of high quality, so I wouldn't be surprised if this qualified. In fact, I actually said that well, I didn't say it myself, I actually got told this by someone, that Eastern televoters would really like the sound coming from Moldova, coming from Treniletul, and then I really did in a qualifier predictions thread, and someone laughed at me for it because they're like, oh, they're gonna hate this, and well, look at what happened. Second in the semi-final 1 televote, and if I'm not mistaken, second in the grand final televote. So what happened to that, right? And I'm sure that the running order certainly helped. Netherlands brought a more somber, more I guess you could even say depressing song, and then Moldova's just like, hey ho, let's go, with some really fun folky tunes. So yeah, I'm not really surprised that Moldova got such a high televote, and obviously the jury weren't so keen on it, but I guess in this case the televote brought them through to the final, and I'm not going to complain about that, but I will complain about the placement in the running order in the final, but we'll get to that later. And then Portugal. Well, Portugal's a more interesting one because, again, like I said in my top 16 video, statistically, slot 10 isn't actually a great slot for qualification. Before 2022, the last song to qualify in slot 10 was actually Equinox, I think it was, from Bulgaria in 2018. However, this year, obviously, that's changed with Maro, and actually, I'm not really all that surprised, but it's a song that's very different from everything else in the semi, and it stands out even for the televoters because it's technically late enough now for people to start remembering stuff. No offense, but it actually didn't do that poorly with the televote, and the jury loved this, to no one's surprise, really. So yeah, I'm actually really glad this qualified because it's so unique for Portugal, because it's another song in the English language, which Portugal usually tends to shy away from. But of course, this year and last year they both sent English language songs, or at least partially English songs, and I think part of why they qualified was just simply how unique they were. Maro had essentially her group of singers just form around into this circular formation, and I have seen some people online say that they preferred the Festival de Canção staging, where they were like sitting on chairs and just forming a vague semicircle, rather than standing up and forming a circle. And also, I don't think they actually clapped. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they didn't actually clap in the performances in Turin. It was still there in the backing track, but they didn't physically clap themselves. But I still think it was a really good show. In fact, one of my favorite stage shows this year, actually. The lighting was just like really special, and I don't think this particularly needed any like complicated staging or anything. The women are the staging, and that little bit of fog on the ground certainly fits the atmosphere. And I don't think I noticed too much on the LEDs. I think they did put up the word "Saudade, Saudade" at some point, but I don't think they were particularly conspicuous with it. So yeah, I guess it's one of my favorite stage shows of the year, and I'm so glad that the jury were able to appreciate this, and in fact, the televote as well also kind of surprised me by how much they enjoyed it. So yeah, Portugal broke the slot 10 curse, which is always a good thing. Moving on to Croatia. Now, this is pretty ironic actually, because like most of us pinned down Croatia as one of the most obvious non-qualifiers, and then it turns out Croatia was actually a jury qualifier and barely a televote non-qualifier, and then it gave Croatia another 11th place result, just like in 2021. Ironically though, this song, most people will consider it to be vastly inferior to TikTok. However, I guess, a lot of people thought this was going to end like last place in the semi, but I guess it came nowhere close to that, actually. So yeah, that's kind of funny. I think the best adjective to describe the stage show was inoffensive. It didn't really say anything special to me. The dancers felt kind of awkward. The song doesn't shine in any way, I think. And the only reason I can put for the jury putting this as a qualifier is because it sounded commercial enough. A lot of people have said that this takes quote unquote influences from the likes of Taylor Swift. And I guess that kind of leaked through to the jury. They maybe like that kind of stuff. Who knows? Either way, they didn't qualify, but they didn't come even close to last place in the semi either. Regardless, I do think Croatia should be, looking at their selection more seriously, because if I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I saw a single qualifier in Dora this year. Yeah, I don't think I saw a qualifier in there. They really need to step up their game because, come on, Croatia has to have good artists, right? So, yeah, again, this is just an inoffensive stage show. There's no other way I can put it, to be honest. Obviously, I'm not surprised this didn't qualify, but I am surprised how high it came in the combined results. So, good on you for that, I guess. We thought it was DOA, and I guess it is DOA, but not as DOA as some of us were speculating it to be. So with that, let's move on to Denmark. Now, I do know that I had a good few oomphs on Twitter who were really into this. Hi, Micah, if you're watching this somehow. I know that some of my contacts have been liking this a lot, and Alicia Michelle said that Denmark has qualified with less in tougher semis, and I kind of doubt that to be true, but in this case it just proved to be the opposite, I guess. I don't think the issue was necessarily that they copied their performance straight from DMGP. I think the real issue was that their DMGP performance just wasn't packing enough of punch. The drummer's definitely going at it, but everyone else was just kind of, there. The stage show was kind of meh. No pyro, no steam jets, well, CO2 jets, but whatever. It just didn't leave enough of a lasting impression for either the jury or the televote, which, it's sad to say, but this was never really a surprise to me. I never expected them to qualify, from the moment they won the MGP, and so I'm not really surprised about this result. 13th place in the semi honestly sounds just about right to me. So yeah, not really much to say about this one, though I will say the girls from Ready are really nice. As I've seen in interviews and interviews and stuff. So yeah, with not much else to say, let's move on to the next country, Austria. Now, you may recall that in my top 16 video, of which Austria was a part of it, I said that if Austria didn't qualify, I wouldn't be surprised at all, nor would I be disappointed. And I guess that's exactly what happened. Some people on Twitter have been crying that, Austria was robbed or something like that. And I don't really agree, to be honest. I like the ring thingy, but I think what they should have done to make the stage show a little more interesting is to copy the idea from the music video. It was right there. They could have just put them on a platform with some dancers below just scuttering about, I guess. But for some reason they didn't do that, and the stage show just wasn't nearly as effective. There was pyro, there was CO2 jets. I think for what it's worth, Pia Maria sang okay, nothing amazing, and obviously the song was pitched down, and honestly I think that might have been part of the culprit, if you want to call it that. For anyone who knows a little bit of music theory, this song is in F minor, but then it got pitched down to E minor, and for me that just kind of made the song lose its whole oomph or punch, I guess. It just wasn't very impactful. The studio cut is still great. I still have it in my playlist, but the stage show wasn't very effective. It wasn't very stand-outish even. So I'm not surprised that the televote didn't have it as a qualifier. But what I am surprised about is the fact that they were actually last in the jury. Goodness, was it really that bad? The cameras could use some work, certainly. But I think Pia Maria's vocals weren't actually terrible for what it's worth. So yeah, it didn't qualify, and I guess the DJ random singer curse continues. And let's see next year if any acts are up to challenge that. Oh, and the backing singer, I actually didn't really notice too much, or at least from what little I remember of it, because, I don't tend to go back and rewatch performances, but, I didn't really notice the backing singer, so I think they did pretty well in that regard. I do think the long note was a little random and unnecessary, if you ask me, but otherwise, I don't think it was terrible, nor did I think it was particularly worthy of qualifying, so, fair enough. Not qualifying, again, for Austria. Let's see if that changes next year. Maybe they'll sneak through, maybe they'll continue to NQ, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's another candidate in the internal selection that I do want to talk about, but I'll keep that for a national final video. Next up, surprise of the year, Iceland. I think a lot of people, including myself, were fully anticipating this to not qualify. But somehow this was even a televote qualifier, which I don't think anyone anticipated. But the only thing I can really say is that, the song is about the rising sun, and, behind them they had that arch behind them, I did just say behind them 2 times in a row, but whatever. They had the arch behind them with those golden-ish lights, and I guess that just kind of worked out in their favor. In some really old predictions that I made way back last year, I was predicting that Iceland would send a song in Icelandic, and at the time it was actually my least confident prediction because Iceland loves their English. But I guess I was wrong with that one, and I guess I was also wrong that Iceland wouldn't qualify. It's a pleasant surprise, surely, but imagine if this got swapped out for, like, I don't know, Croatia or something. That would be hilarious. Anyway, yeah, Iceland qualified. I'm not really mad about it. But I also did not envisage a good result for them in the final, which is exactly what happened. So, yeah, I guess good on you, Iceland, for qualifying. And next year, maybe try to send something with a little more punch, but at least you qualified this year, and that's always nice. It was also reported that the audience share watching Eurovision in Iceland dropped from 99.9% to, wait for it, 96.4%. So, not a huge drop, but I guess this is just kind of what happens when your country isn't a favorite to win. But yeah, again, regardless, good job, Iceland, for qualifying. And yeah, let's see what they bring in the upcoming years. Maybe they'll bring something winner-worthy again. Who knows? And with that, let's move on to Greece. Now, I kind of have to laugh about this one. The Greeks on Twitter and the Cypriots on Twitter were all, like, hyping up this song, like, oh, it could win Eurovision. And from the moment I saw the rehearsal footage, I knew this was not gonna make it. And by not gonna make it, I mean not gonna win. But you can see the huge chasm between the jury and the televote here, which I'm actually surprised about because being so late in the running order, you'd expect Greece to pick up a decent amount of televote points. It's 15th out of 17th, but I guess I expected more to come their way. But to come below Netherlands and Portugal, I was surprised about that. I didn't really particularly like the song, as I said in my top 16 video. It was just going down and down in my top. But I didn't expect the public to not take to it either. But it's classic jury bait, obviously. So I'm not really surprised it won the jury, and still came out with an excellent result. But I was really surprised that the televote Neron gave her dust. So yeah, I do kind of have to laugh because everyone was thinking this was going to storm jury and also the televote. But I guess that didn't happen for the latter part. So yeah, they were going to qualify, no doubt about that, actually. But I will say I'm really, really, really surprised at how poorly received it was with the televote. But let's move now to a song that was not poorly received by the televote, and that is Norway. Now, I've always made clear my dislike for this song, so imagine my delight when I found out that they weren't even close to winning the televote in the semi. And in fact, they actually qualified below Armenia, which is hilarious. People on Twitter were making arguments like the jury's not gonna underrate this because it has good production or whatever, and then it will eat up the televote or something like that. But neither of those happened, and I can't believe this, but Norway only got 1 point higher than Lithuania in the televote. Like, imagine telling that to someone from like 2 months ago. That is like genuinely hilarious, and to think that Norway actually had what is basically the pimp slot in the semi. 16th was arguably better for Norway than actually closing the show, but they somehow still got eclipsed by Armenia, which is hilarious. So I really do have to laugh with this one. Yeah, I'm really pleasantly surprised that they didn't do nearly as well as I was expecting them to. In fact, they didn't even get top 3 in the televote, and I really have to laugh. And yeah, 7th in the jury, not really surprising. I would have hoped for less, but again, good production or whatever. But yeah, they didn't even qualify top 5 in the semi, but they did qualify. I wasn't expecting anything different. So yeah, they qualified. Not surprised about that, but I am surprised about how poorly received it was in both jury and televote, because like there were people on Twitter again that was saying that this would win the televote in the semi, and it didn't even come close to that, and only got 1 point higher than freaking Lithuania. And I'm really pleasantly surprised about that. So I don't like this song. I just make that clear again. So that's why I'm making fun of it. If you like it, then well, good for you that it qualified, but maybe not so good for you that didn't qualify as highly as you wanted it to. But regardless, let's move on to the show closer, which was Armenia. Right, with Armenia, now some people have said that this is the real pimp slot, closing the semi, and people are more likely to remember the song because of recency bias. But I still didn't expect it to get so well received, provided that France was able to vote in this semi, and France has a lot of Armenian diaspora, but still I did not expect this to come top 3 in the semi televote. Yes, it did come very late in the semi, it closed the show even, but I did not expect this to get higher televote than freaking Norway. I'm really happy about that. I am a little disappointed that the jury didn't rate this as highly, but still, Rosalind put on a really solid performance with a really creative staging, and Armenia back in the final for the first time since 2016. Actually, I fact checked myself, and it was 2016 when they last qualified. I believe that was actually Love Wave. Armenia back in the final since. For the first time since 2016, good on them. And let's see what they bring next year. And with that, we have our 10 qualifiers, which according to the running order is Lithuania, Switzerland, Ukraine, Netherlands, Moldova, Portugal, Iceland, Greece, Norway, and Armenia. And, initially after semifinal 1 ended, I was just kind of reeling about Ranella getting quote-unquote robbed, but after a while I calmed down and I looked at the results again, and I realized I could give reasonable explanations to why each country that didn't qualify. Now I'm kind of neutral about the semi. I don't think anyone was robbed, really. I am still surprised about Iceland, but good on them for that. I could give reasonable explanations for every single NQ. So, with that, let's move on to the next semifinal. Now, with the previous semifinal, I was able to give a reasonable explanation for every single country not qualifying that didn't qualify. But for this one, I don't think I can necessarily say the same, especially for one country. You already know what that country is if you follow me on Twitter. But regardless, let's go by running order. Now, the show started with Finland. It's a televote dependent song, of course. I will say I am slightly surprised by them qualifying, but at the same time, not really. Because, again, a televote dependent song either has to go late or it has to have something very much memorable about it. With Serbia, you had the Biti Zdrava thing, which understandably, meant that it stuck in people's minds for a very long time. And with Finland, I think what made people stick in what made the song stick in people's minds was that, one, it was the Rasmus, and two, it was it opened off with this kind of creepy shot with Lowry pretending to be that clown from It, or was it Pennywise? I don't even know. I didn't watch it, by the way, so I have no idea. I'm just stealing cultural references from other people. So yeah, I am slightly surprised that Finland did qualify, but ultimately not really, because again, it's the Rasmus. I put out the case that do not be surprised if they qualify on name alone, because that tends to be the case with a lot of famous acts like Alexander Rybak 2018, and then completely flop in the final, which is exactly what happened. So yeah, Finland qualified, not exactly surprising, but I am surprised that the next country did not qualify. Right. A while ago, a couple weeks ago at least, I commented on one of Alicia Michelle's videos saying that I think we're getting either Israel or Romania, but not both, and she agreed, but she was leaning towards the Israel side. But for me, I was actually also kind of leaning to the Israel side, but I was starting to lose hope for WRS. However, I was pleasantly surprised. But I think I can find some explanations for this. One, the song is just intrinsically not that strong. Second, while he does sing very well, this is largely a televote dependent song, and it's not like very memorable. There's not one hook that really sticks in your head compared to the song right after this. And I think the song right after this, in fact, probably eclipsed it. And I think there were people making the case that juries would appreciate Michael Ben David's performance. And I guess you can look at the split results and say that they indeed did. However, somehow they just didn't do it enough. Plus, they didn't... there was just much more impressive songs in the lineup for jurors to vote for. So it was not a qualifier neither by jury nor televote, and I'm so glad that they didn't qualify, because Michael Ben David is he's the kind of gay person who can make people homophobic, because he's that annoying. He was like stealing microphones away from people, giving unprovoked kisses, among other things. And yeah, just general all-around annoying person, and I'm glad he did not qualify. And with that, let's move on to song 3, Serbia. Now, yeah, this was gonna get a lot of televote support no matter what. Not just because of Balkan countries, but also because the song is just generally an earworm. And yeah, I'm not surprised, even though it was in the traditional semi-final def slot, it still qualified because, it's, the thing, a lot of people compare this with Telemovish, Portugal 2019, I think. A lot of people will compare that with this because they're like equally as artistic. But I think the difference between this and Telemovish is that not only does Serbia have, the connections, but also the fact that this has the catchy factor. I haven't listened to the whole of Telemovish yet, believe it or not, but what I have listened to, I didn't remember it being particularly catchy, but with Serbia, you have, Biti zdrava, biti zdrava, biti zdrava, and that will stick in your head, and yeah, so I'm not surprised this qualified. Actually, it got a really, really, really high score in a televote. I will say I am surprised about this kind of being tanked by the jury because, it's artistic, and usually juries tend to appreciate artistic things, but here you can see that they only got 9th place in the jury, which is kind of crazy to me, actually. But regardless, they were gonna qualify no matter what, and even if they had like zero jury points, they would have qualified anyway. So they qualified in 3rd place, which I think is a very good result for Serbia. And with that, let's move on to Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan has made history this year by being the first ever country to qualify with 0 televote points. Yep, 0. Now, it's not hard to see why this got 0 televote points. I mean, it's a song that's coming early in the semi, and it's a ballad that, as we know, televoters tend to appreciate less than, say, upbeat songs. So, I'm actually not very surprised at all that this, got 0 in the televote. But what I am surprised about is how much the jury, I want to say, overrated it. It's, well, should I be surprised at this point? We already know that they rigged juries anyway. Yeah, they rigged juries, so I'm not actually entirely surprised that they got such a high jury vote. Yes, it is to some extent jury bait. However, there are significantly better jury bait songs in the semi. So yeah, this went through on jury alone, and unfortunately, I think there were better songs that should have qualified, but I guess this is just the reality of it. Sorry if the sound was a little quiet there. I'm not sure what happened, but I hope it's working properly now. Hope it wasn't too much of a problem for you. Yeah, where were we? We were on Azerbaijan, and from Azerbaijan, unfortunately they qualified even with 0 televote points. But with that, let's move from one country in the Caucasus to another country in the Caucasus. Georgia. I don't think anyone's surprised that it didn't qualify. This is just too weird for it, to be honest. This is one of those songs where either you love it or you hate it. And it's not me being pessimistic, but I guess it's true that most people just didn't take to this. I remember seeing the results of one of the Finnish pre-shows. And I think there were like 4 jurors, and one of them gave 12 to Georgia, and the rest gave 1 or 2 or even 0. So yeah, I'm not really surprised that Georgia didn't qualify. It's too weird. That's the verdict. Even myself, as someone who's listened to Circus Mircus music for months now, vastly preferred their other stuff to this, actually. Again, despite their eccentric name and eccentric performance, their music is actually surprisingly vanilla. And I've said it before, but if you want some good songs from them, you should check out it's called Weather Support. There's also one called 2334. There was another one called Musician, I think. Those 3 are my favorites, I guess you could say. There are probably other good ones as well. So yeah, if you want to listen to Circus Mircus music song, I can't speak today. If you want to listen to Circus Mircus music, those 3 are 3 that I would recommend. But yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't qualify. But yeah, Georgia really needs to look at their selection again. Maybe they could pick up Tamta one time. Tamta is actually part Georgian, from what I've heard. Cyprus 2019. I think she's part Georgian, actually. So maybe they can pick up Tamta one time and just bring a bop or something. Yeah, Georgia really need to change their current situation, because of the Caucasus countries, they're the most poorly performing one in adult Eurovision. Of course, it's very different for junior. In fact, as I speak, they are having their national selection essentially for junior Eurovision. I don't know why they do this, but yeah, with that, let's move on from Georgia on to another country that didn't qualify, which is Malta. Malta, in this regard, is like Bulgaria. When the song came out, we kind of knew that they were not gonna qualify, but then their stage show kind of improved it, and we were worried that it would qualify, but thankfully they didn't do that either. And yeah, it's just, if you look at Emma Muscat's discography, it's actually like way better than what she brought to Eurovision. So no one really knows why she decided to bring this song to Eurovision when she has much better choices that she actually wrote herself. But with that in mind, yeah, this the show was just very reminiscent of many people have said this, but this I'm not trying to swear, I promise. This show reminded a lot of people of Australia in Junior Eurovision, and I think that is a pretty appropriate description of it. And yeah, it didn't qualify. There was this like really silly dance, and it was surrounded by such weird entries that we kind of knew that they weren't gonna qualify. But I will say they were not as DOA as I expected. I thought they were gonna be like last in the semi or maybe second to last, but obviously that wasn't the case. So yeah, Malta didn't qualify. Thank God for that. Maybe Emma Muscat will enter San Remo with a song of her own sometime in the future. Who knows? And that's bound to be better than this, surely. So yeah, Malta didn't send Aiden, but Aiden still ended up in the grand final somehow by being the spokesperson. And yeah, that's just a wonderful event, I guess. So with that, let's move on to another country that sent an Italian star who didn't qualify, and that's San Marino. Now, when everyone saw the stage show that Achille Lauro was bringing to Eurovision, people thought, okay, San Marino has to qualify, right? But I guess they didn't. The televote certainly appreciated this more than the jury, but this was still nowhere near a qualifier for the televote anyway. And in a way, I can't really say that's surprising because, it's very adult, and even in terms of the song, it wasn't that good either. It was very repetitive, and the stage show was surely memorable, but I think for many people it wasn't necessarily for the better. And yeah, it was memorable, but maybe not for the better. And I don't know what to really say, to be honest. It's yeah, it's not family friendly, definitely not. But ironically, the two least family friendly performances both didn't qualify. But Iceland 2019 did, so make of that what you will. Yeah, I'm not surprised this tanked in the jury as well, but not as much as I was expecting, to be quite honest with you. I thought it was gonna get like single digit jury scores, but another country did, and I'm actually kind of surprised about that, but we'll get to it later. For now, let's move on to Australia. This was always going to qualify. I don't think anyone was doubting that. This was always going to get a really good jury score, and that they did. They got, second in the jury. That's pretty big. And in the televote, we knew they were going to do pretty poorly, and that they also did. But they were still, classified as a qualifier in the televote. So, with those two added together, it gave Australia a pretty good result in the semi, but maybe not so much in the grand final. Yeah, it was a very dramatic show. I think much more elevated from the Australia Decides performance. Gone were the wind machines, and instead they put on a bunch of staircases. Yeah, I think that was smart actually. The wind machines reminded me too much of Conchita Wurst. which in itself is not a bad thing, but it might be viewed as a little derivative, even though Sheldon Riley has stated that Conchita Wurst essentially got him into Eurovision. But I think the stage show was elevated and it's a lot more dramatic now. So, not surprised that Australia went through. And let's see what happens to the contract next year. With that, let's move on to a country that surprised some people when they didn't qualify. And I am certainly surprised by some of the results here, but really not that much. And actually, I think my last pre-show prediction, I actually predicted Cyprus out, or maybe Cyprus barely in. But overall, Cyprus didn't qualify, and if you ask me, I'm not surprised at all. Here's the thing, right? The song itself is great. I have it, I think, 14th in my pre-show top 16 list. The studio cut is great. However, the music video gave little indication to how the song would be staged. And that's the fatal mistake, because Andromache, she sings well. She demonstrated that in the pre-recorded performance for the Madrid pre-party. However, it all just kind of fell apart on this stage, and some people attributed her lack of energy in the 30-second rehearsal clip to the fact that she had to do 5 takes in order to go through in her rehearsal. But in the actual live performance, I don't think I saw anything particularly interesting either. If you ask me, it wasn't very interesting. I'm not surprised necessarily that the televote had them has them as a qualifier, because it was a standout, I guess, in that regard. But the shelving is unique. However, I am surprised at the fact that the jury completely tanked this. Though, am I really surprised? Not really. I thought they would at least give some points based on the fact that the song is partially in Greek, the Greek language. However, I'm not entirely surprised that this didn't do great in the jury. The show just felt flat. She sang like she didn't want to be there. She sang with very little energy, actually, really, if you ask me. The cameras were only doing wide shots, which made the whole thing seem very static. And even the dancers weren't doing particularly anything energetic. They were just swaying around a little bit and walking around within the shell structure. They didn't walk out once, nothing like that. And I think the projections on them was actually kind of detrimental, if you ask me. The patterns were painted onto their faces, and to me at least, that didn't look great. So yeah, I'm not surprised actually that the jury didn't rank this very highly up, but I am surprised that it was actually Cyprus that got single-digit jury numbers, instead of something like, I don't know, Georgia or something like that. So yeah, I am a little mixed feelings, I guess. But I am not surprised, not in the slightest, that this didn't qualify. For some people it's a pity. I know on my timeline there's this guy who's obsessed with Andromache and Ella. When we get to the national finals video, I'm gonna talk about another artist who has submitted a song. But for now, let's move on from that and move on to the country that people thought were gonna overshadow Cyprus, which is Ireland. But of course, that didn't happen. Now, as I already said in the production segment, they forgot to play the title card for Ireland. And I think that might be part of why people didn't vote for Brooke. And yeah, at this point, I don't really know anymore because they've kind of pulled out all the big guns, and what more do they have to do to get a qualification, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think it was a really good performance. The vocals were on point. The little bit of dancing was all right. And also the pyro, the fireworks and all that. That was really, really well timed. The camera angles were good. Quick cut shots for an upbeat song. I think that certainly fits. I don't know how Ireland's gonna qualify after this, because that was a really, really good stage show, and especially the jury just paid them dust essentially, and I don't really know where Ireland can go from here, especially if they want to send upbeat songs. Yeah, I have no idea what they're gonna do now, but Brooke, just know that you made Ireland proud, and if you're watching this, go stream her new single named Tongues. That's great. Summer Bop of the Year, you might even say that. And with that, unfortunately, we have to move on. I really disagree with this non-qualification. But we have to move on to another non-qualification, which we thought was DOA, but turns out to have been the closest qualifier, actually. Which is North Macedonia, and that's actually really surprising for me, because everyone pinned this as like DOA, last place in the semi, but then it turned out they would be 11th in the semi, only though they were 20 points behind Azerbaijan, but still that's not terrible. Everyone thought Andrea had essentially zero chance of getting into the final, and in the end they didn't get in, but they were really, really close, and by really close I mean 20 points, so not really that close, but you get it. It wasn't really that bad for them as we had initially expected it to be. So yeah, I don't really know what to say about this. I never liked the song in the first place, but if you did like it, good for you that she barely didn't qualify, but yeah, I don't know what North Macedonia is gonna do next. They might even withdraw because of the situation with the flag thing. So yeah, with that, let's move on to the next country, Estonia. With Estonia, I was actually really worried because initially I had viewed Estonia as one of the safest qualifiers of the year, and then the arch thing happened, and then I started getting really worried that Estonia might genuinely NQ. Fortunately that didn't happen, because he had good stage energy, a $1 million smile, and good vocals. But I was really getting worried that they wouldn't even qualify. But to my surprise, they even got 13th in the final. So yeah, I guess all's well that ends well. I don't really have much else to say about this one. Yeah, it's a solid song, a solid singer, and also this is a this is Karma acting on Ukusiviste, who said in Estilal, I think 2019 or 2020, or one of those years, that Ukusiviste, who we know represented Estonia last year in Rotterdam, he said on Estilal that Victor Krohn and Stefan should not go to Eurovision because they are, quote, not real Estonians. And then years later, Ukusiviste is the only one out of the three who did not qualify for the final. So I guess that's Karma acting on him. And yeah, again, very solid result for Stefan. Third in the jury, which is really nice, actually. But not so nice result with the televote. However, still decent enough that he qualifies for the final pretty comfortably with 209 points and at 5th place. So yeah, that's actually surprisingly good given the circumstances with the LEDs and such. But yeah, with that, let's move on to the next country that I didn't think was going to qualify, to be quite honest with you, and that's Romania. Now, you might notice some random cuts in this. I'm not actually editing anything. It's more just that I kind of pause the recording to kind of gather what I want to say about this country. And with Romania, what I want to say is that 4 months ago, me had the had the foresight, basically. I actually quoted this tweet like I think yesterday or the day before. Basically, like in January when the songs for Selecția Națională were just coming out, I actually I reacted to a bunch of the fan favorites, and I said that Yamame was probably the most solid option for Romania, if they could include some like choreo in the chorus, and hey, they did it. So yeah, I will say the performance was ruined a little by the arches. However, I think they did their best to try to kind of obscure that. And also the words, actually, they were, in initial like practice runs, I guess, they were just getting entirely covered up by the arches. However, they decided to change the strategy and put make the words smaller, put them on the side of the LED where it wasn't getting blocked by the arches, and also like up top shots, I guess you can call them, onto the floor LEDs, which also display the lyrics. And I think that was pretty smart, actually. And in other shots, they just tend to try and like obscure the arches as much as possible, which I guess worked out in their favor. And it does not surprise me to see that the jury didn't like this. But I guess the televote really, really did, because I'd say just like Serbia, Romania's song is an earworm. Ola mi bebebe, ola mi bebebe. It's extremely easy to just memorize like that. And even if you look at the Eurovision Tracker website, it's actually been holding up a lot better than some of the other Eurovision 2022 songs that actually placed above it, like for example Hope, which actually obviously it placed higher, but right now it's actually charting in more countries. Romania's song is charting in more countries than Estonia's song, and I think that part of that is, again, because of the catchy factor. Again, a very memorable chorus. So I think that's part of why the televote really took to this, like fifth in the televote with a song that you might consider cheap, and that's no small feat. So yeah, I'm actually really surprised in a good way that this qualified. WRS is actually a really nice guy, and he's worked really hard to get here. So I'm really happy for him that he qualified, and right now, as I speak, he is actually having the time of his life in Spain. Actually, he's gone on a lot of like talk shows to do interviews and stuff, and later on, I think next month he's going to be appearing at I think either Barcelona Pride or Madrid Pride. I don't remember which one, but yeah, he's gonna appear at a Pride event along with two other Benidorm Fest competitors. So yeah, he's having the time of his life right now in Spain, and fair enough. Spanish people love this song right now, and as they should. So yeah, I'm really happy that WRS qualified. There are rumors that the national selection, Selecția Națională, which means national selection, in Romania is actually rigged for Global Records singers. As you know, Roxanne was from Global Records. She didn't take part in any national final, but she was from Global Records, and she was internally selected by TVR. And WRS is also from Global Records, and we already have a potential name for Romania next year, which is I don't remember her first name, but no, it was Olivia Adams, I think. Adams with two D's. who's who says she might send a song to the Romanian national selection if she has a good song. And surprise, surprise, Olivia Adams is signed to Global Records. So maybe we'll have Olivia Adams for Romania next year. Who knows? But yeah, with that, again, I'm just really happy that Romania qualified. We'll talk about their result in the grand final when we get there. But yeah, for now, I'm just really happy that they qualified. So let's move on to the next country. And that next country is Poland. Now, I kind of have to laugh about this one as well, because pre-show everyone was saying like, oh, this would sweep the jury vote, this would get a really good score in the televote as well, and it could actually win the whole contest. And then turns out it can't, and only gets 6th place in even just a semi, which is surely not a good sign for a prospective winner, right? Yeah, and ironically, the televote actually gave him more points than the jury, which I'm sure is solely down to the diaspora, or mostly down to the diaspora. And I am surprised about how poorly this actually did in the jury, but I think part of it is because of the ridiculous Windows Movie Maker effects that we saw in the 30-second preview. Like, I was literally laughing my ass off when I saw those like earthquake effects. Oh my god, that was actually ridiculous. Like, they saw they had the opportunity to get top 10. Let's ruin it. So they decided to put in these random ass, again, Windows Movie Maker effects. Actually, someone noticed that one of the effects were actually just the first result you could find on YouTube, and it wasn't even any like vetting process taken to choose the effects or anything. It was just literally find the first result and then put it in. And yeah, I'm just still kind of laughing at the stage show, and one has the feeling that perhaps the jury actually placed him so low simply because of the effects. And yeah, they don't look very nice from a professional perspective. And yeah, they were always going to qualify because they have that huge diaspora and an okay song. But yeah, I think those effects just kind of ruined it for me. Well, and for the jury as well, clearly. But yeah, it went through. No one's really surprised, but I really anticipated this to be like second in the semi. But again, those effects kind of ruined that. So yeah, not surprised that in its place Australia got second in the combined results, and in the jury actually. So yeah, that's Poland. Some people thought this was gonna win Eurovision, but that's absolutely not the case now. Well, they obviously didn't win, but yeah, they're. I still have no idea why they put in those those effects, and I was gonna say dancers, but speaking of these dancers, I'm not sure what they do. Like, they look like little Dementors from Harry Potter, and it doesn't really serve anything. The song doesn't really tell a story, if you ask me. Yeah, and those dancers do nothing to help that at all, and also the huge singing head on the LEDs is kind of creepy as well. So yeah, overall, I think with these factors added together, just didn't leave a very good taste in the mouth for a lot of jurors, which is why I'm not really all that surprised that this didn't end up higher in the semifinal. But at least in the final, they got a decent score, so maybe they should be happy about that. And with that, let's move on to the next country, Montenegro. Now, previously I had seen this Twitter thread comparing all of the non-qualifiers in each semi, and Montenegro was likened to Slovenia in the sense that deep down you know they're not going to qualify, but you keep saying please no, please no, please no, but they still didn't qualify anyway. But for me anyway, when I saw the rehearsal footage, I kind of knew that Montenegro was screwed, to be honest. And even then they tried to rig the juries, and which obviously didn't turn out in their favor, even when they had the other 5 or 6 juries voting for them, they still didn't qualify. So yeah, that's kind of sad. But yeah, I think there were a few fatal issues to this. First off, the staging was simplistic. Let's face it. They said that they didn't really have a huge budget. In fact, the smallest budgets out of all competing countries this year. And also, they were going after Poland, which had a much better vocalist than they did. Vladana was alright at singing, but nothing compared to Ackman. And both stage shows were primarily like blue in color, or maybe you can say dark blue, but it was largely blue stage shows, both of them. And one way or the other, the Polish one is bound to be more memorable, and this just kind of get forgotten in its wake. So yeah, I kind of knew this was screwed. It's kind of sad because the song is about her, Vladana's mom, who died from COVID. And to be fair, she did not actually anticipate to qualify anyway, which I guess good for her in that sense. But yeah, she came here to apparently spread the message, and who knows how effective that was. To my knowledge, this is still one of the least streamed songs of the year. But yeah, this was kind of DOA in this running order slot. Maybe this would have qualified in like semifinal 1, but even then I still kind of doubt it. Yeah, not much to say about that. I wonder if Montenegro's gonna withdraw again, or maybe try again next year. Who knows? Either way, the Montenegro English language curse continues, which is basically to say that they still haven't qualified with a song in the English language. So maybe they'll send something in Montenegrin next year, or assuming they participate, which is not a given at this point, because they got exposed for rigging the juries. But either way, with that, let's move on to the next country, which I did not take very well to their qualification at all, which is Belgium. Right, with all due respect, I have no idea how Belgium qualified. Even with the televote, mind you, it's not just a jury liking the song and that taking it all the way to the final like Azerbaijan. This is a televote qualifier as well, so I'm not sure quite how that happened. Especially going before Sweden, that's kind of a killer, isn't it? But they somehow qualified. I heard his live vocals and I was already kind of unconvinced, and the rehearsal footage was very boring as well. So for me, my final pre-show predictions, I actually predicted Belgium out, because the show just wasn't very visually stimulating, I guess. And yeah, I don't know if I want to say that I'm disappointed that they're in. Initially I had once the songs were all out, I tried to guess the qualification, and I said at the time that they would probably still qualify because of their genre standout, and I guess that's true. Maybe trust your initial instincts a little more is the lesson to be learned here. But yeah, Belgium somehow qualified. They were 4th in the jury, believe it or not. I guess jurors just really liked this R&B sound, and somehow the televote also kind of liked it, putting it 10th in the televote. So it's actually a qualifier on both aspects, I guess. Yeah, I did not expect this to qualify. I'm not happy about this qualifying. I think, you already know who I think should have qualified. But yeah, this qualified, and I was just kind of left in shock when that happened. But I guess, it is kind of jury baity in the sense that Jeremy has a very jury bait voice, to say the least. He's able to do all these like vocal runs and stuff. But the funny thing is, someone leaked the jury show footage, and he actually kind of messed up his high note at the end. So, well, long note at the end. So, no one really knows how you qualify. I guess it's probably, again, like I said earlier, the genre standout. If you wanna go for an R&B song, I guess this is the one to go for. This is the best option out of all the R&B songs, which is one. So I guess in that respect, that's how Belgium qualified. When they were in the final, I actually kind of mentally cheered when they got like single digit televote score. I think I don't exactly remember, but I think on the stream I laughed about it at least. So I'm just at least they didn't do too well in the final. I never saw this as a qualifier, but I guess Eurovision is full of surprises. That's just kind of how it is, I guess. Right, on to the semi winner, and someone who we actually genuinely worried about qualifying a while ago, Sweden. Of course, it's Cornelia and my favorites of the year, obviously, but the jury show footage that was leaked on Twitter got people very worried. Meanwhile, Cornelia was busy picking up 16 out of 20 of the 12 points from the jury. And that's really impressive, seriously. Even with the aggregated points, that's still really insane. And being in this PIM slot of 17 out of 18 actually also allowed Cornelia to tie in televote with freaking Constracta. So really pleasantly surprised about that. And Sweden got this huge semifinal score of 396. You might think that's a record-breaking score, but actually it's not. The record currently is held by Bulgaria 2017. Christian Kostov, he actually got 403 in his semifinal, which is insane. But Cornelia came pretty damn close with 396. That's still really, really good semifinal score, and actually better than the score that Kalush got in semifinal 1. And not really much to say. We were worried that the show was going to be completely ruined, but it wasn't. I can't say that it went right, but at least it wasn't like completely ruined. I think most of us would still prefer watching the Melfest performance, because that was kind of just better. It was more, because it was held in like a smaller arena. It was more intimate, and you just kind of lose a little bit of that when you move to a big stage like the one in Turin. So still really glad that Sweden won the semi. I think most people pegged Sweden as a surefire qualifier, and in hindsight, I should have done that as well. But we were genuinely getting worried after seeing that the jury show footage that differed so greatly from the Melfest one. So many technical difficulties, like someone reported in the rehearsals that there were multiple times when the music would just randomly stop, the in-ears wouldn't work, and in many shots the guy pushing the screen was actually visible, among other things. In the end she still won the semi, and I'm so proud of her. With that said, I want to keep the rest of my commentary about this for the final, so let's move on to the last country of the semi, which is Czech Republic. Now, actually this result is not really surprising, actually. People were getting concerned about Dominica's vocals from the pre-parties. She didn't sound pretty good. She blamed them on technical difficulties, which in hindsight I think is probably what genuinely caused it, because I think I might be biased, but I think she actually sounded pretty good in the semifinal and in the final. But of course, she didn't sound as good in the pre-party, so I was worried about that. But she nailed it in Turin, and I'm really glad about that. And they put on a really, really good show, and a very memorable show as well, because it's not just a light show. It was a huge light show for sure, but there were also these things on the LEDs where it was like marble statues getting destroyed one way or another, either through like force or just getting exploded, which was kind of hilarious, to be honest. But if nothing else, it created a really lasting impression on the viewer, and I guess that's how they got a top 3 televote in semi, which I'm really glad about, and also a top 5 in the jury, which I actually was not expecting that much. I was expecting maybe Azerbaijan or Poland would get a higher jury score, but yeah, I'm actually surprised that they did so well in the jury, but they did, and they qualified 4th in the semi, and I'm really happy about that. Unfortunately, they did not do so well in the final. But what can we do about that? They got the pimp slot here. They can't always get the pimp slot, am I right? So, yeah, anyway, I'm still really happy that the Czech Republic qualified. They kind of had a blip last year where, Benny Cristo kind of just flopped on stage. He couldn't even remember some of his lyrics, or just didn't sing them at all. But I still liked the song in the studio cut. But yeah, this year they're back qualifying, even though they didn't do so well in the final. But yeah, at least they qualified, and I think the staging was very solid. I think, again, I'll talk about this when we get to the grand final section, but I think they were definitely robbed in the final. But yeah, they qualified in 4th, and I'm really happy about that for them, and I hope that the Czech Republic doesn't withdraw, even though they had a much, much smaller audience this year. Yeah, I hope they continue to participate and continue to give us quality songs this year. Let's see what happens in the future. But for now, let's move to the grand final. Right, with semifinals out of the way, let's get to the grand final. Now, I do have to say that this part is being recorded several days after the semifinals segments, because I was out hiking and stuff, and I got sunburned. Not a good experience, but anyway, getting back to this, I just want to say that I'm pretty sure during the semifinal segments I said something about like saving some of my comments for the grand final portion. I can assure you that I've almost certainly forgotten what I was about to say in those segments. But regardless, let's get to it. Let's start with the running order. Go one by one, and then I'll talk about the split results afterwards. Right. Czech Republic. It was a really, really good show opener, I think. Some people were kind of pissed that Czech Republic had to open the show after closing the show in semifinal 2, but I think it was actually a pretty a sensible decision, I guess. I wouldn't call it surprising, that tends to be what they do anyway, whenever a country gets a pimp slot in a semifinal, they tend to get a not so pimp slot in the grand final, and I guess that's exactly what happened to the Czech Republic. But in this case, unlike the past couple of years, usually show openers tend to do all right in the final results. Like I think Lithuania opened the show like last year in Rotterdam at the grand final, and they did okay. They came top 10 and all that, but I guess we can't say the same for the Czech Republic. And this makes me sad too, because I really like the song. I liked the performance a lot. And yeah, but I guess there were just so many other much more impactful acts after this that this just kind of lost out. I mean, gosh, 5 points in the televote. a little bit better in the jury, but not that much. So yeah, at the very least, they themselves said that they weren't too fussed with the result. They were just happy that they got to the grand final. I believe it was like their I think this qualification was like the fourth ever Czech qualification, which is pretty good for them, I think. So yeah, I also heard in the official Eurovision podcast that their head of delegation said to them that they weren't gonna win, which is harsh, but I guess it is true. They were never gonna win Eurovision with this song, and really, frankly, if you ask me, in ESCZ, the national selection that they used, other than maybe Judy, I don't think anyone would have been able to win Eurovision in that pack. And even then, now that we know of Ukraine's huge televote score, I don't think anyone would have won Eurovision then. But yeah, maybe Judy could have done it in a more normal scenario, or she could have gone like bottom 5 in the semi, who knows. But yeah, that's Czech Republic. I think a really, really solid performance, and I think in the actual overall scoreboard, they were definitely robbed. I also heard that this year that they decided to actually get Czech people to stage the performance rather than just pulling out the classic Sasha John Baptiste, which I guess worked out for them, at least in the semifinal. I really had hoped that they would get a higher result in the final, but I guess for a country like Czech Republic, a qualification was already good enough. So yeah, with that, let's move on to Romania, the country that was put in the death slot, and in hindsight, I think one of the most obvious candidates to put there, to be honest. They were a pretty borderline qualification. They were a jury NQ, actually, with the semifinal 2. So yeah, not really surprised they got put in second. But what I am surprised about is the fact that it wasn't, as much of a death slot as many of us were anticipating. We were anticipating Romania potentially getting bottom 5 or maybe even just dead last, but turns out you can see right here they didn't even come close to that, and instead even ended up above the likes of Belgium and Armenia and Czech Republic. So yeah, I'm really happy for him, and again, it's a very catchy melody, very catchy chorus. So I guess that's part of what made it do so well in the televote. So yeah, really happy for him. Again, I'm just glad that he qualified, to be honest. It's been a good couple of years since Romania qualified for the final. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good result for WRS, and I think he should be proud of it. And right now, as I'm recording this, he's having the time of his life right now in Spain, and yeah, just really happy for him. With that, let's move on to Portugal. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm actually positively surprised at the result, because a lot of us were worried that this wouldn't transmit very well on screen, I guess. And I guess that's kind of true for the televote. It's a song like this that comes way too early in the running order to make too much of an impact. So 36 points in the televote, that's really not terrible for this kind of song, to be honest. But what I'm really surprised about, and what I'm really happy about, to be fair, is that they got jury top 5, which is really good. Because all of us thought like maybe Greece or Italy would be, or even Netherlands would be getting a higher jury vote than Portugal, but Portugal came out of nowhere and just came top 5 in the jury, which is really happy. Well, I'm very happy for that. So yeah, I think the performance was one of my favorites of the year, to be honest. I was just worried that it wouldn't transmit very well, but I guess the jury has picked up on it. So yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised about that. And I think this is a result that Portugal can be happy about, because I actually heard somewhere that this is actually Portugal's best non-victory result in the 2000s or something like that, or maybe even just period. But yeah, it's one of the best results that Portugal has gotten lately, and yeah, I think them winning in 2017 has really raised the standards of the songs to be found in Festival and Song. So yeah, really happy for them. Really happy for Maro. Highly suggest that you stream some of her new music. That being said, I haven't done it myself, but yeah, she's released several new songs now during the Eurovision period. So yeah, you should go check them out. Yeah, very happy for Maro with this result. In an English majority song, no less. So yeah, really happy with this one. I wouldn't say she was robbed or anything. That seems like a pretty reasonable placement to me, if you ask me. And with that, let's move on to the next country, which is Finland. Now, yeah, I can't say I'm surprised with this result. This kind of happened with Alexander Rybak in 2018. This is just what tends to happen with big names and stuff. They tend to qualify pretty comfortably. Well, if they have a good song, which was not the case with the Root in 2019, but if you have a good song, or at least a decent song, you'll qualify pretty comfortably. But then in the final, you just completely flop, and I guess that's kind of what happened to Finland, to the Rasmus. I can guarantee you that at least 5 out of 7 of the other acts in UMK would have ended higher than 21st place. I want to say especially Bess and Young Hearted. But yeah, I guess this is an okay result for Finland. I would say it is kind of a flop considering the quality that they have in their national final. But if they keep up the quality in the national final and decide, for once not to choose an outdated flop, then maybe we could see, Finland win Eurovision this decade. Who knows? Of course, this year that definitely didn't happen. But maybe we could see it in the future. Who knows? I can't say I'm disappointed with this result. In fact, I would have loved for them to not qualify at all. So yeah, 12 points in the jury. Not really that surprising, to be honest with you. So yeah, not much to say. Let's move on to Switzerland. Switzerland is another one of those, just like Finland, I would have rather not qualify at all. But they did, and it continues to be jury bait in the final. I was actually counting the number of rankings of individual jury members earlier, for a reason you will soon find out. And there was an entire one juror who gave 12 points to this. Thank God their country didn't. But yeah, anyway, this still did surprisingly okay in the jury vote. I will say I am surprised that this did better than Poland in the jury. Everyone was saying that Poland was this jury bait, and then Switzerland ended up above them. Again, I just would have rather that this didn't qualify at all. But I don't think it's very hard to see why they got 0 points in the televote. I mean, it's a boring ass song. Coming this early in the running order, yeah, don't expect anyone to have reasonably voted for this, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it got 0 in the televote. I wish it would have done worse in the jury vote, but yeah, it is what it is. Not much to say. I hope that Switzerland is less of a flop next year, because their 2019 to 2021 run was very solid. And let's see if they can return to that next year. I don't know, but this year, not so much. Right, let's move on to France. Wow, all I can say is robbed. They were just robbed. The thing is, what's funny about this is that even though they were ranked higher in the televote than in the jury, they actually got more points from the jury than the televote, which is make of that what you will. But anyway, yeah, in hindsight, I do think the performance wasn't the best it could have been. I dare say their performance at the national final was actually better than the one they put in Turin, even though they had all those fancy patterns displayed on the arches. It wasn't actually all that different, except one key thing. Ahez's vocals really weren't on point. They weren't harmonizing very well, and I think maybe it was just me, I'm not sure, but I definitely felt like they were singing off key, so yeah, that's a little unfortunate. So yeah, but I still think this should have ended maybe a little higher. I mean, it's France bringing something really different for their country. It's not something you normally expect from France. And I think that this should have been rewarded a little more, maybe, not bottom 5, come on. But it is what it is. Again, it's happened. We can't really do anything about it, and let's hope that with this, France isn't necessarily discouraged from sending more Breton songs or songs in, non-French languages, let's say. But yeah, I still really like the studio cut. I still play it a lot. So yeah, I wish this could have done better. I think this was absolutely robbed. Not as robbed as some may have thought of it. I wouldn't say it was worthy of top 5 or maybe even top 10, but I don't think this deserved bottom 5. Just for the uniqueness factor, I think this should have ended up at least a little higher than what it actually got. But I think all the way back in July or August last year, I somehow predicted that France would flop, and I guess I was proven right. I don't know how I had the foresight for that, but I did. Anyway, with that, let's move on to another song, which is Norway. With this one, I think it's kind of mixed feelings, because on one hand, I'm ultra relieved that this wasn't the televote magnet that everyone on Twitter was calling it. I think this is the kind of song that's you either really hate or really love. And I think my stance on it by now. I'm not gonna talk about it. If you follow me on Twitter, my stance on the song. But I will say I am a little surprised that it didn't do higher in the televote. But I suppose the first half was very televote magnet heavy, I guess, in that sense. So yeah, this didn't do that well, which I'm relieved about. This flopped in the jury, which I'm very happy about as well. And yeah, unfortunately, they still snuck into the top 10, which dare I say should have been taken by the Netherlands instead. But I guess Norway took it, and there's nothing we can do about it now. So yeah, I guess in some would speculate whether this would have done better than Death of Us by LC Bay. It's harder to answer that, I think, than some people would think, because, yes, this is a year full of a lot of ballads, but at the same time, this running order really does not benefit Subwoofer. It benefited the running order benefited them in semifinal 1, and even there they didn't even come close to winning the televote. So I can't really imagine what would happen with LC Bay, actually. With LC Bay, I don't know what I was saying there. I don't know what would happen with LC Bay, but I don't think she would have done too much worse than Subwoofer. Maybe a little lower than in the televote for sure, but accordingly also higher in the jury. So no one really knows for sure. Anyway, Subwoofer got a top 10 result. If you know me, that would be, unfortunately, they got a top 10 result. But so I'm glad that they didn't do that well in the televote, as was previously speculated. It's an upbeat song, but it's outclassed by the likes of Moldova and Ukraine. So I guess in that sense, there's a reason, it didn't do that well. And also it is, pretty divisive. Come on. Let's just be honest with that one. So I don't have much else to say about Norway, or at least that I can think of right now. So let's move on to Armenia. Right, with Armenia, I think, the real challenge for them was qualifying, and I don't think they particularly anticipated a very good result with this to start with. So I think that's not an amazing result for them, obviously, but the fact that they got back into the final after years of being of NQ after NQ, I think is achievement enough on its own. And the running order didn't really benefit it either in that regard. I will say I'm surprised it still got that high, to be honest, in the televote, 20-something points. That's not amazing, but for a song being sandwiched between Norway and Italy, I think that's alright, That's not amazing, obviously, but again, I think their main goal really was just to qualify, and that was essentially it. They've done just that, and they also managed to avoid bottom 5, so good on them for that. So, not much to say. Let's move on to Italy. I will say this was, for Italian standards at least, kind of a flop. I think part of it is them actually intentionally trying to make themselves flop, because they realized how hard it is to host Eurovision properly. So they just tell some other broadcaster just take the wheel. And also, if you remember in the live performance, oh man, this bit where Mahmoud was singing in the beginning, and then Blanco just kind of crept up on him as if he was like a serial killer or something. That was hilarious, and people started to make memes out of it. And it was at that moment that maybe they hadn't exactly nailed down their staging as such, which we're very glad for, because God knows we want a double from Italy. I think for what it's worth, they did okay. I will say that I thought the televote would take more kindly to Italy than they eventually did. I thought Italy would end up above Norway and maybe even the UK. But I guess, being this early, and also being before Spain, and also that creepy motion from from Blanco, I guess all of that just kind of culminated in a for Italian standards, pretty disappointing televote, and also the jury vote was all right, but I think they could have went for more if they wanted to go for more, but well, pretty clearly they didn't. So, I think they intentionally put Spain after them to just distract the audience off of them, so they could get less points and not do as well, in the thing. So yeah, with that, let's move on to the country that was put behind Italy to distract off of them. Spain. I had originally thought that maybe they would put Spain like 12 or 13, 12 or 13 for something like that. But I guess they didn't. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but going after a ballad certainly helped Chanel stand out a lot more, as opposed to going after maybe some other upbeat song. The cheering in the audience was huge. So I don't really have much to say. Chanel put on an amazing performance that was appreciated almost equally in the jury as it was in the televote. They got third in the jury, they got third in the televote, and as a result, they got third overall. I think it makes sense, unlike some Spaniards on Twitter. I think it was a really, really powerful performance from Spain, and I think that if the Spanish delegation put this much effort into their performances every single year going forward, then I think we could have Spain actually win Eurovision one of these years, maybe even in this decade, or maybe even just in the next few years. So really, really solid performance from Spain. One of the best of the night, I think. Nothing much else to say. I think it was a really solid performance. Definitely deserved such a high televote and such a high jury vote as well. And I think it was this combination that led me to think that perhaps they could have won Eurovision. And in some other simulations maybe they could have, but it is what it is. So they still got a really good result. I'll talk about results in more detail later, but really solid performance, really solid results. With that, let's move on to the Netherlands. And with the Netherlands, if I'm being honest here, I think the performance could have improved a little bit. It was a little monotonous, and I'm pretty I think color-wise, they could have done a lot better. They could have made it look a little more interesting. But I suppose being sandwiched between Spain and Ukraine, they were never gonna do extremely well. But I would say S10 held her own, I guess, in this really strong wave, I guess you could call it. But yeah, I think maybe she could have done a little better in the jury. Televote, I was never gonna like this a lot, let's be honest. So I'm not really disappointed with this result per se, other than maybe I would have wanted them instead of Norway in the top 10. But other than that, she put on a pretty solid performance. Her vocals were all right. The lighting was okay given the circumstances. Again, given the circumstances that they were going after Spain and before Ukraine, I think this is a pretty solid result for them. And I think, I hope that their result this year encourages them and also other countries to send more entries in their native languages, which would be really cool. With that, I don't really have much to say about this other than that. A very solid performance from S10. And with that, let's move on to our eventual winner, which is Ukraine, of course. How do I put this? We knew that this was gonna eat up the televote, to be honest. I was just wondering by how much of a margin. let's talk about the performance first before we get to the actual scoreboard. For what it's worth, I think this was certainly improved from the Vidbeer performance. I think that was a little messy. That was a little kind of unorganized, but they really cleaned it up for Turin. They really made it much more impactful, much more rehearsed, much more orchestrated. So yeah, it feels a lot more intentional now in that sense. A lot more, cool graphics, if you will, which I'm surprised they were able to pull off given their circumstances. But I applaud them for that, absolutely. Very powerful performance, though I still wouldn't say it was the best of the night. Especially since the archers were right there. Which blocked up a good amount of the back LED screen. I think that how to put it? I think the performance again was just a lot more clean, a lot more rehearsed, and that's certainly nice. And but I do think the song in itself drags on a little too much near the end with the part without any singing or rapping. I think that drags on a little too much near the end. But other than that, I think it was a very, very solid performance. And in the absence of a war, I think this would have still done a pretty solid top 5 finish, maybe. Definitely top 5 actually. But of course, with what's going on right now, of course, this propelled them to new heights, let's say. And from that, let's come down to the next country in the running order, which is Germany. I can say that I'm not surprised that this came last place. We were not surprised about that. This was a demonstrably weaker song than a lot of the other songs on offer this year. And to be fair, there weren't a lot of good options in the national final anyway, other than maybe Felicia Lou's, what was it called? Anxiety, something like that. That was okay, but I do think maybe it could have lost a little bit of its impact in Turin if it had won, which of course it didn't. There weren't a lot of good choices in that national final, if you ask me. And I suppose they kind of did the best they could with this song. There weren't a lot of very good or innovative ways to necessarily stage this. So I think their approach of that kind of what do you call it, one take music video or live music video, something like that, that approach I think worked all right for this. Did it deserve 0 in the jury? Maybe not, but I knew that this wouldn't get 0 in the televote because it's not as controversial as, say, I Don't Feel Hate from last year. There were gonna be people who like this kind of performance anyway, so I knew that this wasn't necessarily gonna get 0, at least in the televote, and maybe it could have gotten some points in the jury in some other circumstance, but I guess going after Ukraine just kind of severely killed its chances, I guess, of getting anything other than bottom 5. So I'm not really sure what Germany can do from here, but I think that they definitely have to kind of rethink their selection approach, if you want to call it that, or maybe just go back to internal. That worked great for the United Kingdom, so maybe they should just go internal, maybe they should just scrap the national final, who knows. Because Germany has a lot of good musical talent, yet year after year they are one of the consistently poor performing Eurovision countries, and it just is really perplexing given the amount of talent that gather in Germany musically. So I'm not really sure what they can do. Again, maybe they should just go internal. But yeah, I guess yeah, that's another year of Germany getting 25th place. They got 25th place last year, and they got 25th place this year. So consistency, I guess. Yeah, with that, let's move on to Lithuania, which as you can tell by my rising tone there, I am very surprised about, because everyone was saying that this would be a jury qualifier, but no, it was the televote that took them across the board, well, across the line. And even in the final, they did significantly better with the televote than with the jury. So yeah, I'm really surprised about that. But I suppose being well, it could have been later, I guess, but I guess being here right maybe after Germany, it kind of piqued some people's attention, and also potentially the Lithuanian diaspora were hard at work. Who knows? But yeah, I think yeah, I'm really surprised that this got the result that it did. I thought that this was gonna end like bottom 5 or something like that, but it didn't even come close. In fact, it came top 15, which I'm really happy about, especially for a song in the Lithuanian language, no less, because last time they did was actually before the 21st century, and well, they didn't do so well there, as we'll be looking at in the later segments. But yeah, really happy for Monica Liu. Despite all the technical issues that she had with the arches, she still delivered a quality performance, and yeah, I'm glad for her results and for Lithuania, and maybe hint hint, they can possibly win Eurovision in the next few years. Who knows? I'll talk more about that in my national finals video. But yeah, for now, let's move on to Azerbaijan. Well, to be honest, I'm surprised they got any televote points at all. It's another one of those really boring songs that no one actually pays attention to. And I think some shady stuff certainly happened with some of the jurors. I mean, I looked at the jury of Spain actually, and I found out that for some reason 4 out of 5 of them had placed Azerbaijan first place. So you can't say nothing fishy was going on there. Come on. Especially for a jury from Spain. So yeah, I think some fishy stuff definitely went on behind the scenes, maybe even with Greece as well actually. So yeah, sometimes some countries get 12 points to Azerbaijan, quote unquote, out of nowhere. And I think some stuff definitely happened behind the scenes, let's say, and whether we agree with it or not, it's happened now. Again, I'm surprised they got any points in the televote, but I guess they did. Maybe some people just were particularly into this kind of stuff. I don't know. So yeah, not really much to say about Azerbaijan. I can't say that the performance was good because I think it was very boring. And when Nadir was singing that high note, he looked like he was Tom from Tom and Jerry. So yeah, I can't really find anything necessarily positive to say about this one. This was another one of those which I would have rather just not qualify at all. Maybe let something else qualify. Hint, hint, Ireland, hint, hint. So yeah, with that, let's move on to another country from semifinal 2 that I would have liked to not qualify, which is Belgium. And yeah, this still perplexes me. How the hell did this qualify? And how the hell is it still getting jury points in the final? Like, it's such a boring song, such a boring performance. Like, okay, maybe the song isn't that bad, but the performance really wasn't it. It was so boring, so flat. I have no idea why some jurors really took to this. Like, 59 points? Really? yeah, I'm absolutely not surprised this got 5 points in a televote. Um, it was in a long run of songs that just weren't that interesting, to be honest with you. So yeah, this absolutely did not stand out in this lineup. And I'm not surprised this got a single digit televote, but again, I'm just surprised how did this still get points from the jury. Yeah, it's not a very interesting performance if you ask me. So yeah, not much to say about that. Yeah, let's move on to Greece. Greece was speculated to be this potential jury winner, but it couldn't even end up above freaking Portugal. I'm sorry, I had to laugh to this because I'm on Twitter a lot, obviously, and one of the most vocal groups of people against Cornelia were the Greeks. The Greeks were some of the most, I guess, outspoken about their dislike of Sweden's entry this year, and on the other hand, they'd like to pretty much big up everything about their own entry, which ironically was not written by a Greek. It was, yes, Amanda is half Greek by ancestry, but this was pretty much a fully Nordic production. Like, other than staging, this was a pretty much fully Nordic production. Amanda produced this with another Norwegian producer. Maybe it was touched up a little by the Dream Team, but other than that, it was a pretty Greek-free production, if you want to call it that. So I'm not sure why the Greeks are bigging it up as if it was their own, because it's not their own. Anyway, yeah, they got a decent jury score, which I think we all expected, but I think we all certainly expected more, maybe. Because this sounds so much like your traditional jury bait power ballad, right? But I guess it just didn't. It just didn't bait them as much as some Greeks maybe were hoping for. And in the televote they did okay. I'm not surprised they didn't do that well. I mean, again, it's a ballad, and televotes tend to shy away from ballads a little bit unless they're really good. So yeah, not surprised about this result. This split. I will say I am surprised that they ended up below Moldova, and we'll get back to Moldova, but yeah, I think this is a pretty good result for Greece. But for how much they had been hyping this up, I think you could classify this actually as an underperformer, in contrast to Stefania from last year, which you could say overperformed, because people were saying maybe this would get like 10 to 15 or maybe even 10 to 20, but it got top 10. And in contrast, this year, people were thinking Amanda could pull top 5, or some were even delusional enough to think she could win. And then she didn't do any of that, and she only got 8th place, which is still really good for recent Greece standards. But I guess it was a little bit of an underperforming performance, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. She sang pretty well, but I think the song itself was always like missing something to truly make an impact. So yeah, with that, let's move on to Iceland. See, Iceland was one of those that I didn't mind their qualification, but as soon as they qualified, I knew they were not gonna do well in the final. And I guess that's exactly what happened. And Sister also said in the Eurovision podcast that their biggest challenge indeed was just to qualify, because, and I quote, "It's more fun to watch the grand final when your country is in it." So they qualified. Good for them. And for a country that's usually not done super well in terms of qualification, I guess this is a good one for them. some people were speculating before the songs were released that maybe that maybe Iceland could be a first time winner, maybe this year, maybe in the next couple of years. Maybe that still could come true. But I guess this year just wasn't it. The fact that they qualified at all was surprising, if you ask me. What I find interesting is that they actually got the exact same number of points in the jury and the televote. 10 points from each, and in total they get 20 points. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think the performance was alright. It was nothing special really, and this was pretty much doomed to going before Moldova. But so yeah, I think for what it's worth, they put on a pretty solid performance. And with that, let's move on to the most unexpected televote magnet of the year, which is Moldova. I don't know what to say about this. To be fair, I kind of predicted that this would qualify. I'm not necessarily surprised about that because it is a fun song, but I guess I just totally underestimated its impact. It's a fun song. It's catchy with the whole "Hey ho, let's go" thing. But I guess I underestimated its impact because to be fair, it is going after a long run of rather low key songs, starting from Germany all the way to Iceland, and then Moldova is just kind of like a slap in the face to wake you up, and it sure gets you going. It makes you happy for sure, but I've said this before, I'm still a little sad that Sweden had to go after them, because I think that really harmed Sweden's chances in the televote. Let's get to Sweden later, but for now, I think, for what it's worth, I think Zopshis do put on a pretty solid performance. They didn't have a train on stage, obviously, not in any way, not even in graphics or anything, but it was still a really engaging, really fun performance that everyone could just have a bop to, I guess. So yeah, not really much to say, but I will say I am really, really, really surprised that this got second place in the televote. Like, how does that even happen? It's such an it's such a silly song, for the lack of a better descriptor. I enjoy it for what it is, but I don't think it should have gone second in the freaking televote. Maybe that should have gone to Spain or Serbia. But anyways, it happened. I guess we can't really do anything about it. And I guess this continues the streak of Moldova doing surprisingly well in the televote, and then coming in a shock top 10 position, just like in 2017. So, yeah, with that, let's move on to Sweden. Now, if you ask me, I think there was a pretty concerted effort by the Italians to sabotage her any way possible, and I guess it kind of succeeded. For God's sake, she didn't even get top 3. Where do I start with this? I think the most glaring mistake I already pointed out in the previous slide, which was when she was doing the grand final performance. They didn't even leave the disc or the green circle in the right position. They left it actually slightly slanted for the entire thing, pretty much, and that kind of ruined the experience for me. Though, to be fair, I think maybe most people who watched it on the night maybe would not have known what it was supposed to look like. So it did ruin the experience a little bit for me. And I think there was some moments in there that I kind of came to the realization that maybe Sweden's not going to win Eurovision 2022. In hindsight, maybe I should have made that realization a lot earlier, but yeah, I still think that Cornelia, for what it's worth, she put on a really, really, really solid performance. One that she can definitely be proud of. And yeah, of course she did the classic Melfest winner high note. Um, in both the jury final and the grand final. That was always, well, not always. We were expecting it to happen, but it's always appreciated that it did happen. Yeah, I think. To be fair, it is always difficult to just transplant a Melfest performance straight onto the Turin stage, and I think I also appreciate the pyro or the fireworks that they added onto the performance kind of last minute. I think it works pretty well. Maybe in the stadium it doesn't look as good because it's not as close to look at. I don't know how to really describe it, to be honest. But yeah, I think on TV it came across pretty well, and especially the last shot I think was really cool. It was when the circle went from red back to green, and then she stood in front of it as just kind of a shadow right at the end. And then yeah, that was really cool, I think, as a shot. Though I do suspect maybe these little adjustments to the performance made it a little less raw, a little more rehearsed, and I think perhaps that could have harmed its chances a little bit in the televote. I'm not sure, maybe that was the case, maybe not. But I still think it was the best performance of the night. I'm totally not biased, as you can see. But yeah, I think it was a very solid performance. I don't have much else to say. I hope Cornelia goes for Melfest again and maybe wins Melfest again, and yada yada. Let's see what happens. But for now, let's move on to Australia, which I don't really have much to say about. It's classic jury bait, so I'm not surprised it's got top 10 in the jury vote. I'm also not surprised it's got an exact 2 points in the televote. I looked at a voting breakdown and I discovered that the 2 points all entirely came from Azerbaijan. So I'm not sure what the people of Azerbaijan were on. No offense to Sheldon Riley, of course, but not surprised about their result. They got top 15, which is certainly better than their result last year. Not exactly their like golden days kind of result. When they were getting like second or like at least top 10. It's not that, but I guess he still put on a pretty solid performance. Going after Sweden, that it was kind of hard to follow, to be honest. So yeah, I guess he did okay. Not much to say. Let's move on to the UK. Right, I gotta admit that the performance was pretty good. Right. Do I think it's jury winning material? No. But I do think it was very solid. A really, really good effort from the UK. I will say though that I'm not sure what the keyboard player and the guitar player were for in the performance. That you can still like vaguely see them on the side, just kind of standing there looking really tiny next to the nest structure thingy. I'm really not sure what that's for, because the main focus indeed is on Sam Ryder, so I am a little confused about why they were still there. Did they serve their purpose? Not really. I think if you ask me, they could have just gone without these two musicians. I guess it could have just been Sam on stage on his own with the nest structure thing, and I think that would have worked out a little cleaner. But I guess since the players were so practically invisible, that it didn't really matter in the first place. But yeah, it's still, if you ask me, I don't know why this won the jury. And maybe it should have gotten a good result in the jury for sure. Sam has very, very competent vocals. But was this a jury winner? I don't think so, really. If you ask me, I think it was maybe. I think the jury should have been won by either Sweden or Spain, if you ask me. But maybe and then have the UK like third or something like that in the jury. But yeah, I guess this happened now. I wouldn't really complain about it because it was a very competent performance. The guitar solo, I don't really know how to think about it. I like the like in the studio cut. There's the nothing but spaceman part. I really liked that. This is certainly different from that, but I don't think it's necessarily worse. But I wouldn't say it's better either. I guess it's all right. Yeah, but no, still really. Beyond that, it was still really, really competent performance. I think the camera angles could have been cleaned up a little more, but other than that, yeah, really, really solid efforts from the UK this year, and I think their second place was very well deserved. And with that, let's move on to Poland. Another country that some people thought could win the jury, but well, 14th place, I don't think that's winning the jury. And only 9th in the televote, which ironically is higher than the jury vote. But anyway, yeah, I think this was just kind of a flop, if you ask me. Good vocals, but that's it. I can't really say anything else about it. The song means nothing. The dancers contribute nothing to the performance. The Windows Movie Maker effects, if nothing else, make it worse. Yeah, I'm not surprised they got this result. If you ask me, it might even be too high. Maybe this should have gone below Azerbaijan or Australia or something like that, if you ask me. But yeah, some people were thinking this could still get top 10, but well, that certainly didn't happen. It's still a pretty solid performance for Poland, I think, for a country that usually doesn't even qualify. So yeah, good for them on that front. But yeah, this was, I guess, for all intents and purposes, kind of a flop. And if you ask me, I'm not really surprised about that. Right, moving on to Serbia. I don't really know what to say, because this is a really really divisive song and performance. Because I was counting the number of jurors that gave certain songs maximum points and last place, and there were like 20 something jurors putting this last place, but there were also like 10 or 12 jurors putting this first place. So clearly it's a very divisive entry. So yeah, not really surprised that it got 11th in the jury. That's an okay score, if you ask me. Maybe it was a little bit of a flop, but for what it's worth, I think that was all right. And this was always going to do well in the televote, because first off, this is the pimp slot. Famously, Måneskin performed at 24th last year, and of course they won. So this year, it comes as no surprise that a televote magnet like Serbia would perform there and do very well in the televote. I will say I am surprised this didn't do better than Moldova, but I think you already know my opinion on Moldova. I think it's a little overrated in the televote. So yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised still that this didn't do better than Moldova. But yeah, still a very solid performance for Serbia. Yeah, not really much else to say. I will say I'm still not convinced. The performance, I don't think, was still very what do you call it? It still didn't transmit enough to me. I feel. I've seen so many Serbians online explaining the meaning of the song, and if I'm just looking at it by itself, I don't think I would have gotten any of that, to be honest. So I'm, in hindsight, I'm not surprised so many jurors put this last place, because it doesn't transmit very well, if you ask me. So I think most people voted for it because of its catchiness, which is absolutely valid. But yeah, I can see why it didn't do so well in the jury. But still, it gave Serbia a really good result. So can't complain about that, right? And with that, let's move on to the last country of the night, which is Estonia. Again, I think that had they been put earlier, I think they probably would have done worse. But closing the show on a note like this was very solid for them, I think. So they got a pretty good result in the overall vote, I guess. It could have been better because but unfortunately, there was the arches and stuff, so the performance was ruined a little bit. But I think they still did okay. Maybe it could have done better in the jury, but there wasn't really a whole lot on the stage to begin with. It was just him, his guitar, and the mic stand. So for what it's worth, I think he did the best he could, and he got a decent result for Estonia. It's certainly better than their non-qualification last year. And ironically, someone pointed out that Viste, who represented Estonia last year, had actually said on an earlier Istilao, which was the Estonian national final, that they should vote for him because he's the real Estonian. Which is ironic because Stefan is also born and raised in Estonia and speaks Estonian. So he said that in the presence of Stefan and Victor Krohn, and eventually Victor Krohn, Viste, and Stefan all went to Eurovision, and Uku was the only one to not qualify. So can you call that karma? Who knows? Anyway, yeah. So that's all the songs. In terms of the general results, I think that I think part of it is fair. There's certainly some in there that I would change around. Maybe move Czech Republic and France up a little, move Poland down a little, Norway down a little. But yeah, other than that, I think this ranking actually isn't terrible. Yeah, of course I would move Sweden up as well. But yeah, it's not actually a terrible ranking. Contrary to what some people are saying, I think it's fine actually. I'm very happy that Italy didn't make top 5. Maybe I would move Greece above Moldova. But yeah, other than that, I think this ranking isn't actually terrible. And what do I think about Ukraine winning? Well, I think my issue with it, yes, I have an issue with it, so if you don't like that, maybe just click off. I think my issue with it isn't so much that they won, but the fact that they won with such a margin. Maybe if it was a close race between Ukraine and, I don't know, Spain or the UK, and then Ukraine just barely won out by maybe like 30 points or so, a la Måneskin and Bravo Pravi, I would have been fine with that. That would have been totally reasonable to me. But this is an obscene margin. Like, Ukraine won over the UK by almost 200 points. That's like actually insane. They got such a huge televote that at this point, I think, at that point we knew kind of that there wasn't any point in announcing the televote scores of Spain, the UK, and Sweden because, Ukraine had won it. So, what's the point? I think I'm just a little disappointed in that regard, I guess. And also, with a lot of recent Eurovision winning songs, I think I could actually make the case for it to stand on its own merits as a winning song, like even some more controversial ones like Amar Pilish Deutsch or 1944, or even Heroes, or hell, even Toy, which I really hate. these are songs I can still kind of make a case for them to have won Eurovision on their own merits. But in this case, I don't think I can do that. We always say that Eurovision is political, but I think in this case, again, I said this in my rant thread that I posted a while back. But a little bit of geopolitics is kind of what makes Eurovision interesting. This whole Armenia and Azerbaijan constantly blanking each other. Greece and Cyprus giving each other 12 points, that kind of stuff. That's what makes Eurovision interesting, right? But with such a huge televote score, it's kind of clear that I think Daffy Freyer said a few days ago on Twitter that Kalush won Eurovision because they had the best song. I think I would profoundly disagree with that. I think most people voting didn't vote based on the best song, to be honest. I think that there certainly are people who really take to this kind of ethnic hip-hop music. And, in terms of genre, I think this victory is great for that. It's very historical. This is the first rap song to have ever won Eurovision. But I think... again, I can't explain away this victory based on just the merits of the song and the performance alone, without the influence of external factors. Because even with 1944, right, it's different with 1944 because it wasn't talking about something that was directly happening. It was talking about the 1944 deportation of Crimean Tatars, and it is certainly relatable to the 2014 Russian annexation of Crimea, but it's not directly related because if it was, then Ukraine would have won Eurovision 2014, but clearly they didn't. And 1944 won in 2016. So I guess in that sense, I think I was able to make more of a case for a song even as controversial as this to have won Eurovision in that year. But I think with Stefania, my I don't know if it's an issue necessarily, but to me it doesn't sound like a Eurovision winning song, if that makes sense. It sounds like something that would do really well in the televote, but then get tanked in the jury, and then you get something decent like Schum did last year, maybe a 4th place or something like that. I think if we were not in this scenario that we find ourselves in, then I think that probably is what would have happened. I think either the UK or Spain would have won, and then the other country plus Sweden would have rounded off the top 3, and then Ukraine with Stefania would have gone 4th or 5th or something like that. I think in a war-free scenario, that would have been what happened. Let's not even talk about Alina Pash. Oh my god. I think that would have been what happened in a war-free scenario. But of course, we live in the here and now, so we can't, necessarily disconnect these things, right? So, I don't know really what to say. Am I denying their victory? No, absolutely not. It's happened now. I've come to terms with it. Ukraine are the winner of Eurovision 2022, and fair enough, they got the most points, so they won, sure. But I think my gripe with it, I guess, is really kind of how much they won Eurovision by. That I think is more my issue with this. My issue is not them winning again. My issue, I think, is just that so many people voted for Ukraine because Ukraine, and not because it was necessarily the best performance of the night, which I don't think it was. Again, I think it was probably one between Sweden and Spain. So, yeah, I don't know how to really think about this. Again, I'm not trying to insult them or anything. Again, this happened. I've come to terms with it. Fine, they've won Eurovision. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bitter taste in my mouth. Because it just, simply put, it just doesn't sound like a Eurovision winning song. But perhaps this could open the door for more diverse Eurovision winners in the future. Who knows what's gonna happen in that regard. But with that, yeah, I think that's a pretty solid review of the grand final. So with that, let's move on to the next section that I added quite literally just like one day before recording this segment. Right, so here's a segment that I originally wasn't planning to do, but I kind of looked back at my Junior Eurovision 2021 Afterthoughts video, and I thought that, I probably should do a little part like this, because I do like this kind of stuff, and I understand that you might not, so if you find it boring, I think I'll have some chapter thing that will, in the video, that you can just skip this segment. But either way, here are some statistics that I found that I also calculated for Eurovision 2022. Some of it comes from myself, some of it comes from other people. For example, here a good chunk of this stuff comes from Sam Ross from ESC Insider, and also the podcast America 12 Points. She actually talked about this stuff on the Eurovision official podcast, and I'm just kind of relaying it here. So, yeah, so with that out of the way, let's just kind of get into this. Right, so Ukraine got the highest ever televote. Yeah, no, seriously. 439 points out of 468, which is 93.8% of the maximum possible televote. They got, I can't exactly remember this one now, but I think they got 12 points from, 26 countries? Which is insane. And the lowest point they got in televote was, I think, 7 points from Serbia, but every other country gave more than 7 points. So, yeah, that's insane, actually. Yeah, so Ukraine got pretty much, I think, one of the highest. Well, not one of the highest. This is the highest televote ever in Eurovision history, and one suspects that it might be a good while until this is beaten. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the previous record was held by Salvador Sobral, Portugal 2017, and obviously, Kalish now have the new record for highest ever televote. So I think this will remain unbeaten for a good while, possibly forever. But I guess we'll just have to see what happens in that regard. But still, yeah, that's an insane televote. I mean, again, 93.8%. That's, again, 26 countries giving 12 points? Yeah, no, that's insane. Speaking of insane, we got the UK doing 26th place to second. That is the largest jump in finals position. Literally last place to second place. I guess you could even say 0 to hero. It would have been even more hero if they had outright won, but of course they didn't. But still, that's a really, really good result for the UK. This is their 16th time now getting second place, which is actually record extending. They already had the record of the largest number of second places in Eurovision, but this, I guess, just extends that further. And Sam Ross also pointed out that 466 points was actually higher than all of their other points since 2010 combined, and even just in the placement, this was their best placement since 1998. Sam also pointed out that for Spain, this was the best placement since 1995. And I also calculated this one myself, but this was a better score than all of their points since 2011 combined. So yeah, really, really good results for both of these big five countries, which you could say have been experiencing kind of a flop era in the last decade or so. But yeah, they're coming back really, really strong. And yeah, and speaking of that, language diversity, let's talk about that as well. We have 4, or depending on how you read it, 5 languages in the top 5, just like 2021. In 2021 we had Italy, we had France, Switzerland, Iceland, and Ukraine. So that adds up to 4 languages. Was it 4 languages? Yeah, 4 languages, because Italian, 2 French songs, 1 English and 1 Ukrainian. That was 2021, by the way. And 2022, we of course have Ukraine, UK, Spain, Sweden, and Serbia. Sorry, that took too long to remember. But that's the Ukrainian language. English, of course, Spanish, again English, and Serbian. So that's 4 languages. But if you also count the verse in corpore sano, that's in Latin, you can actually bring that up to 5. And so yeah, language diversity in the top 5. We always celebrate that. And speaking of language, this was by far the best performance of any Lithuanian language song, because you might recall, or actually you might not recall, that the last time Lithuania sent a song in proper Lithuanian was actually on their debut in, I think, 1998 or something like that. Anyway, around that period they sent a song in the Lithuanian language, which unfortunately did not do so well, and by that I mean literally nil point. They also sent a song later in a dialect of Lithuanian that is also sometimes considered its own language, so it doesn't really count. But with that, Monica Liu has broken that record wide open by getting a 14th place for Lithuania with a song in the Lithuanian language and 128 points. So yeah, that is by far the best performance for any Lithuanian language song in Eurovision, which is really nice. And let's hope more countries send songs in native languages, and also more Lithuanians send Lithuanian language songs to the national finals. So again, hooray for language diversity. Sam also mentioned Italy's performance as a host country, and this was the best host country performance since 2016, when Sweden got 5th with "If I Were Sorry" by France. If you ask me, I haven't actually seen it, so I have no comment on that song. I should go back and look at it, but I have other things to do. But anyway, getting back to this though, Italy got 6th place, which was the best performance for any host country since 2016. Of course, it's Sweden who got a better result than them, but it's still pretty solid performance, and it's definitely not been too affected by the host country curse. I will say, I said this before actually, that the host country curse does still exist. It, if anything, prevented Italy from getting a win. It didn't get them like Ujardin levels low, but they were not gonna win, and I'm so glad for that. And also, Sam pointed out that Ukraine is now the 4th country to win from the 12th slot in the running order, after 1964, which was Nonoleta. Gigliola Cinquetti, I think, for Italy, who performed it this year actually as an interval act. 1970, a bit of everything by Dana for Ireland, I think it was, and most recently Arcade in 2019. So yeah, now we have 4 countries which have won from the 12th slot in the running order, so that's pretty cool. And from here, we're going on to some stats that I've gathered myself. It's actually unique this year because, for once, the televote winner is in the first half and the jury vote winner is in the second half. This is very unusual, actually, because if you think about it, usually televote winners tend to be like second half because, I mean, like, for example, just look at last year, like, Måneskin got 300 something points and they were 24th in the running order slot. So yeah, and the jury vote winner I think was John's Tears, for Switzerland, and he was definitely first half. I think he was 8th for 9th for something like that. And yeah, because this just generally tends to be the case because televote. Let's just say that general audiences have a shorter attention span, so recency bias will tend to lead them to later running order slot songs. So that's why usually televote winners are in the second half, and whereas for a jury, earlier songs tend to set the standard for them. So unless they have a song that really beats that standard, songs don't tend to do better in the second half for a jury. So that's why jury vote winners tend to be first half, and televote winners tend to be second half. But this year, that's been the other way around because we live in extraordinary times, and I guess people just really liked Sam Ryder's performance, in the jury. So yeah, it's a very interesting year for sure. And with that, I also want to talk about the fact that actually the entire top 5 broke their point records. Now that sounds pretty impressive. However, I should also add a huge caveat to this because this is only under the current point system. When they combine the jury and the televote separately, instead of calculating some aggregate for each country based on the total from that country. So effectively it doubles the points. So that's how when winning songs were getting like 300 something points pre 2016, and then suddenly Salvador Sobral comes in and gets 700 freaking points. That's a result of the current point system. But because of the point system, it means that the entire top 5 has now gotten its best ever result in terms of points. Obviously, Ukraine broke their record because 1944 won with I think 500 something points, 520 something, 30 something, don't remember. And of course they beat that by about 100. The UK, their best ever score was 200 something with Love Shine a Light by Katrina and the Waves. I think it was 227 or something like that. And of course they beat that by more than 200 points. Spain obviously also beat their record. I don't remember exactly what the record was. It might have been Vuelve Conmigo. I can't speak Spanish, as you can probably tell. Yeah, it might have been that. Anyway, obviously Spain also broke their record. I don't think they even gotten 300 points ever. So yeah, they also broke their record by a huge margin. Sweden also broke their record, interestingly enough, but only by the current system because actually the last time Sweden won was ironically before this rule change, which meant that Måns actually only won Eurovision by with around 300 something points, when in reality, if you add together the jury vote and televote that year, It's actually much more than that, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, yeah, so Mons actually only won around 300 something points, as did Loreen. So Cornelia getting 400 something is actually technically a record for Sweden. So good on her. And also for Serbia as well, Molitva actually famously won with 100 something points. I don't think they even got 200 of that one, which is hilarious. Anyway, yeah, Constractor didn't get a better placement than Molitva, but she certainly got a higher number of points, and the highest ever number of points for Serbia. So that's actually really cool. Yeah, so the entire top 5 actually technically broke their point records. So yeah, that's really interesting. And another thing that's interesting is that this is actually the first ever Eurovision Song Contest with 0 songs that have any French in them. Yeah, I know that sounds weird, but because you might think that haven't France sent non-French songs before? And well, they have. In fact, in 2011, I think France also sent a song. I don't remember if it was in Breton or Corsican or something like that. And also Switzerland was not sending a French song either, so there was no French there, or from Belgium. So yeah, you would have thought that would have been the first time, but for some reason, I haven't watched that edition, so I wouldn't know, but apparently Lithuania sent a song in French, so, well, partly in French, so there was some French language there, so, yeah, that's interesting. But this time, for real, is the first time that we have had 0 French in any song, unless you count the French loanwords in English, which we definitely shouldn't. So yeah, first time 0 French in Eurovision. Take that as you will. And also, another thing I want to point out is that this year actually solidified second as the deaf slot in the semifinal, because some people are all saying that third is the actual semifinal deaf slot rather than second, because history, and I guess this year has just kind of proven them wrong. Both Monica Liu and Constractor qualify very comfortably from third place this year, as opposed to the second place countries, which were Latvia and Israel, which, some people had been speculating that the EBU were trying to put them there so that they could break the second slot curse by having something more upbeat that has a little higher of a chance of qualifying to the final. But yeah, that never happened. Neither City Zeni nor Michael Ben David qualified for the finals. So I guess this, it weakens third place as the deaf slot in the semifinal, I guess you could call it. And it strengthens or solidifies second place. So yeah, that's some of the statistics. Be assured that I still have a lot more coming your way. And we continue with, it's random actually. I kind of just put stuff there whenever I feel like it. But yeah, Zapshi's Doob is actually the first ever qualifiers, first ever free time qualifiers, because they've qualified for Eurovision both in the 2000s, the 2010s, and now most recently the 2020s. Yeah, they've participated 3 times, they've qualified 3 times, which is impressive. Spanning 3 decades as well. That's amazing. But the same cannot be said for Stoyan Yankulov. You might not know who that is, but he participated in Eurovision, always with some other female singer, actually, the last 2 times. But the first time he qualified, it was in the 2000s as well. The second time he didn't qualify, it was with some female singer named Elitsa, I think. And well, this year, maybe you didn't notice, but he was part of the Intelligent Music Project, I think, as the drummer, and obviously they didn't qualify. So that makes Stoyan Yankelov, I think, the first 2 decades non-qualifier. Well, 2-time non-qualifier spanning 2 decades. So yeah, make of that what you will. I don't think he's gonna return, frankly, but yeah. So some interesting trivia for you, and also I find it interesting that this was actually the first time Romania and Moldova were both in the final since 2017. Of course, in 2017, Romania had sent Yodel It, while Moldova had sent Epic Sax Guy with their song Hey Mama, or something like that, I think. They sent that, and they were both in this final in 2017, and this year that's the same. And similar to 2017, Moldova did better than Romania in the final. So again, make of that what you will. And also, back to the language bit though, this was actually the best Dutch language result since 1998, which was ironically sung by Edcelia. You might know her as Edcelia Rombley, who was actually one of the co-hosts for Rotterdam 2021 and 2020, and because they had actually tried to send a song in Dutch in 2010, but unfortunately they didn't qualify. But this year, obviously, they qualified and they got 11th place with it, so I think that's a really, really good sign for native languages in general, not just Dutch. But maybe we can see even Belgium send a song in the Dutch language as well in the near future. Who knows? But yeah, really good result for native languages, I guess. And speaking of languages, this year we saw the first ever part Latin entry, which was in Corpore Sano. In Corpore Sano, there's this, I think it's the last verse, or the last, whatever you call it. The last bit is actually sung in Latin, like right before the last Istacem Mosat. Before that, they actually sing in Latin, which is very interesting. And actually, I can point out a national final song this year that also had Latin in it a little bit, which was, Judy's Yazinki. But it wasn't necessarily so much a song lyric as it was just kind of whispering. It wasn't like a verse or anything, it was just a line, but there was still Latin in it, so that's another reason that I love Yazinki so much. But yeah, getting back to Eurovision now, Incorporate Sano was actually the first ever song with some part Latin lyrics, which is very interesting. And also very interesting is the fact that this year we actually saw the first ever winning song that is completely in the Ukrainian language. Ukraine's won 3 times. The first time with Wild Dances by Ruslana, the second time with Jamala in 1944, and the third time now with Stefania and Kalush, or the other way around. You get it. But this is actually the first time a Eurovision winning song has been completely in the Ukrainian language, because I didn't even know that Wild Dances actually had any Ukrainian, but I looked up the lyrics and turns out they do. So there was some Ukrainian in Wild Dances, but not much, and most of it was still in English, and famously Jamala won Eurovision for Ukraine with a song that's not even partly in Ukrainian at all. With that, we have our first all Ukrainian Eurovision winning song, which wouldn't even happen if it had been Alina Pash who had gone to Eurovision this year, because Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors has English in it. So yeah. Anyway, moving on though, this is actually the best performance for Greece since 2013, when they got 6th place with Alcohol is Free. That's not much to say about that. They got 6th place in 2013, and this year they got 8th place, which is really good. Even an improvement from last year, which was already pretty good for recent Greek standards. So yeah, good for them. And not so good for their little brother Cyprus, because another connection to 2013. Now, this is actually the first time. This is the first time Cyprus has non-qualified since 2014. So I guess it's just kind of a curse. Whenever Greece does well, Cyprus has to non-qualify or something like that. No idea. Anyway, speaking of qualification streaks being broken, we also had a qualification streak of Israel be broken, because the last time they didn't qualify was actually in 2014. And then I remember very vividly, some Israeli Eurofan actually wrote on Twitter, "And you still think they're gonna non-qualify with this?" And well, they did. So I guess it was just a poor choice in their selection. And speaking of non-qualification, this is the first Albanian non-qualification since 2017, and it hurts me to say this because I freaking love Secret. And when it first came out, I thought this was gonna be one of Albania's best results in a while, and then all for it to come crashing down and not even freaking qualify is just kind of sad for me. And again, we're back to the topic of non-qualifications. This is the first Bulgarian non-qualification since 2013. Do note though that they didn't participate in 2014 and 2015. But after that, they've qualified every single year except 2022. I think that's part of the delegation change. I think their head of press named Boris Ivanov, I think his name is, he stopped working for BNT, and now they've got some rando doing this for Bulgaria now, and I guess that just kind of didn't work out for them. So let's see if they do something better next year. Maybe they won't get bribed next year. Who knows? It's a little sad, but we were kind of hyping up a potential Bulgarian win within this decade. But if this delegation continues down the path that it's going on, then it's not looking great for them. And also, on a brighter note, though, we have our first Armenian and Polish and, of course, Romanian qualifications since 2017. Now, I can't really say much about this, mainly because I haven't watched 2017, and the only thing I know about 2017 is that the top 4 are Portugal, Bulgaria, Moldova, and Belgium. Other than that, I don't know much about 2017. I really should go back and watch it, so in any case, good for them, though. They broke their non-qualification streak. And speaking of streaks, this is the second ever Portuguese entry that is majority in English. In 2021, they sent Love Is On My Side, which I believe is actually their first ever song that was entirely in English. They've had songs partly in English before, but mostly still in Portuguese. And this year, Saudade Saudade is actually mostly in English, with one Portuguese verse. So that's they're kind of returning to their roots, if you want to call it that. But I think it goes to show that Portugal doesn't just send songs in Portuguese; they can also send songs in English and still do very well with them. So I think some people don't like this. They think that English is kind of a bad thing in the Portuguese Eurovision entries. But I don't know. I think it works, if you use it right. And I think Mauro and the Black Mamba certainly did. So let's see what happens in Festival da Canção in the coming years, I guess. Maybe people will send more English songs. Maybe they'll go back to Portuguese. Who knows? And we continue our statistics with this differences section, let's call it. Let's start with the section with the differences between the semi to the grand final. So for all the non Big Five countries this year, I calculated all the point differences between their semi-final score and also their grand final score. So the biggest differences were from Ukraine, which obviously got a huge score in the grand final, and maybe not so huge a score in the semi. Maybe percentage-wise, it's more in the semi, but anyway, yeah, they got a huge score, but it was still a really big difference. And also, the Czech Republic also got a very huge difference of 189 actually, and I think I think this goes to show that the running order absolutely does matter in terms of getting a good result, because they closed the show in semifinal 2, but they opened the show in the grand final, and I think as a result they were just a little more forgettable in the grand final, and that's why they didn't do so well in the final. Unfortunately, I will continue to say that they were robbed until the end of time. And also Armenia, just like Czech Republic, also closed the show in the semifinal, and also went on relatively early in the grand final. So I think it's not surprising, I think, for Armenia that they didn't do so well in the final. So yeah, that's the three biggest point differences between the semi to the final. And the smallest ones were actually from Portugal, Greece, Norway, and Azerbaijan. I'm not surprised about some of these, but I will say, how did Portugal manage to only deviate by 1 point between the final and the grand final? I think the exact figure is 206 and 207. One or the other, I don't remember. I think it was 207 in the final or something like that. Yeah, it was just 1 point off, and I find that to be kind of insane. Greece as well was also very, very close. Norway too, to be honest, I'm surprised about that one. And Azerbaijan, well, yeah, I'm not surprised about that one either. But they did get more of their points, like proportionally from the jury this time, rather than. Wait, actually, no, they didn't. They actually got 3 points from the televote. Yeah, no, they got more points from the televote this time in the final for sure. But it was still tiny for them. So yeah, not a huge difference in general for these four countries. So that's something very interesting to look at as well. Next, we have the differences between the odds and the final placement, and I didn't find this one. I couldn't bother to calculate it, if I'm being honest. I got it from a YouTube channel named Say Eurovision. You can find their video just by checking their channel. And the biggest differences were actually from Lithuania. They actually got a placement 11 places higher than what they were predicted to get, because they were actually predicted to come dead last in the odds, but of course she defied that and got 14th place. And I think that I remember that in the semifinals, like before the semifinals happened, I think Lithuania was all the way down near 39 as well, which is insane. I don't know why the odds were underestimating this so much, but yeah, I guess we're just really happy that it qualified, and actually surprisingly comfortably at that. So yeah, I'm really happy that she qualified and actually didn't do terribly with a Lithuanian language song that is a little bit more low key. Yeah, just really happy for her. And also Finland was actually kind of a flop, as you can see here. 9 places off actually. I guess people were just betting on Finland because it was the Rasmus, and not knowing about the big names effect in Eurovision, I guess. And also Portugal was actually a bit underrated by the odds as well. They I can't say anything specific about this one, but I think people weren't betting on this one as much because again, a more low key song, so people feared that it would get lost and just didn't bet on it as much. So yeah, she defied the odds in that sense. So good for Morrow, good for Portugal. Yeah, and speaking of placements differences of 7, we also have Germany and the Czech Republic, which also were 7 places off from their odds, but the other way around. I'm actually surprised about Germany because I thought people would bet on Germany to be last place, but I guess they didn't. But again, I still maintain that the Czech Republic was robbed. But I don't know why people weren't betting on Germany for last place. So yeah, that's the biggest differences between the odds and their final placement in the grand final. The smallest differences, however, came from Estonia, Netherlands, Spain, and Ukraine, which the odds all predicted to be in the spot that they eventually got. Ukraine was the overwhelming favorite to win, and obviously they did win. Spain was predicted to get third. I think actually, Spain was predicted to get third, but they actually, if from what I remember at least, they were predicting Sweden to get second rather than the UK. Even though most bettors are actually British, but whatever. I'm still sad that Cornelia didn't get top 3, but whatever. That's not the point here. They predicted that the Netherlands would come 11th, and sure enough, S10 did. And Estonia did eventually get 13th place, as was predicted by the odds. Which, good for him, good for Estonia. And with that, let's move on to biggest placement changes between 2021 and 2022. So, I took all the finalist countries that were in 2021 and also 2022, and I calculated the biggest rises, the biggest drops, and also the ones that changed the least. And the biggest changes we have here are, the UK, obviously, going from last place to second. Spain also, second to last. Actually, no, third to last. And then, third. And then the Netherlands coming 4th to last to 11th, which was also really good, a 12th place increase. And also Sweden and Serbia actually increased the same amount. Ironically, they were both they were 14th and 15th, and this year they came 4th and 5th. So, ride or die, am I right? But of course, with glow-ups, we also have flops, especially France. We kind of knew that whoever France sent probably wouldn't be able to replicate Barbara Pravi's success, but we just didn't expect it to be this much of a flop. We expected Finland would get maybe like 10 to 15 or at least 10 to 20, but that didn't happen, not even close. And Iceland also flopped, but I guess that's not so much a flop as much as the fact that they even qualified in the first place. So yeah, I don't know if that's really a flop because people didn't even expect us to qualify. So the fact that they qualified enough is miraculous. So yeah, good for them. And also Finland. I'm not surprised about this one either. Again, it's the big name effect in the grand final, which usually doesn't work in the favor of most countries. Some people were like, oh, they could win because they're Erasmus, they're experienced or whatever. No, that's not how it works. They have to be new, they have to be innovative, and I just think Jezebel wasn't either of those. So, I'm not really surprised about this one, and also not surprised about Switzerland. Again, just like Iceland, I think we were just surprised that it qualified in the first place. And, we kind of had the feeling that whatever Switzerland sent this year probably wouldn't be able to do as well as John's tiers, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. We do also have countries that didn't change in placement at all between 2021 and 2022. And the first one is, Germany, which is kind of, I want to say disappointing, because like they got second to last year, and then this year they came just outright last place. But they're both 25. So I guess that's no change there, consistency and all that. And also, Belgium also got the same placement as they did in 2021, where I think Twitter consensus is that last year they were robbed and this year they were overrated. So make of that what you will. I'm still confused at how Belgium even managed to qualify in the first place, but it's happened now, so we can't really do anything about it. And with that, let's move on to differences between the televote and the jury. Now, obviously, the televote really liked Ukraine, and the jury, while they did like it, fourth place isn't bad at all, but obviously less so. So, there's a pretty huge gap there. There's also a pretty huge gap with Moldova and Serbia. That's reasonable, I guess. Those two are, televote magnets, which means they tend to do more poorly with the jury. So not really surprised about those. But the smallest differences came from Iceland, France, and Spain. Now, Iceland's kind of funny because, again, I've already pointed this out in the grand final slide, but Iceland actually got 10 points from both the jury and the televote, so that means they got 20 points total, and that means they got exactly the same number of points from both ends of the votes. And France also got a very similar vote, and also similarly low vote from both ends. So, of course, the clear exception here is Spain, which got third place in both jury and televote, and of course, eventually third place in the final ranking. And but it was all in like the 220 range. So yeah, that's a huge standout there compared to the other two, which both ended at the bottom of the scoreboard, as opposed to Spain. And also, I calculated the ranking in terms of the televote jury difference. The largest one was Moldova. Again, are you really surprised? And the smallest was Spain. Again, are you really surprised? Third place in both, so there's no difference in the ranking. So, these are some differences between jury and televote, and also 2022 to 2021. And also odds and final and semi to final. Differences in those regards. And if you thought the statistics were over, then you are wrong. Because we are continuing with this section, which I guess I'll call the jury section, because there's a couple of jury-related trivia items in here. But first, let's start with the average ranking. Now, I also did this for jury Eurovision 2021, so it makes sense that I do this now for Eurovision 2022. I removed Germany because they are slot 13, and I calculated the average ranking of each half, and I found that the first half had an average ranking of 13.5, while the second half had an average ranking of 11.5, meaning that in general the second half was actually a stronger half, which makes sense, I guess. 3 out of the top 5 are actually in the second half, so it makes sense. So let's move on. Another thing that I find kind of funny is that Greece actually got more 12 points than the jury than both Sweden and Ukraine, in the grand final, of course, but ended up below both of them in the overall ranking, and even below Sweden in the jury. So, again, back to the thing where Twitter Greek Eurofans were shouting about Cornelia not knowing how to sing, and then at the end, Greece still ends up below Sweden in the jury vote. And also, I noticed that for whatever reason, Estonia did not give a single point to Ukraine in the jury vote, because I was like before the contest, I was discussing with people who would get 12 points from who, and someone told me that the 12 points from the Baltic countries were pretty much locked for Ukraine. But then, obviously that happened with Latvia and Lithuania, but imagine my surprise when I saw that Estonia had not given a single point to Ukraine, and also not a single point to Sweden at that point. So I was thinking the 12 points would probably go to either Sweden or Ukraine, and turns out it was going to go to Sweden. So, mixed feelings there, but yeah, I'm happy that Cornelia got more points, for sure. But one thing that I find really weird this year is that there were actually no 12-point exchanges in the jury, at least as far as I'm concerned. For example, like Spain gave 12 to Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan gave 12, nominally to the UK, and also, Sweden also gave 12 to Spain, but Spain, again, gave 12 to Azerbaijan. So again, I couldn't notice any actual 12-point exchanges in the final, and obviously Cyprus isn't there to receive 12 from Greece, so Greece had to give 12 to Azerbaijan. And again, Azerbaijan nominally gave 12 to the UK, which gave its 12 to Sweden, but Sweden didn't give 12 to UK, etc., etc. So yeah, I couldn't notice any 12-point exchanges in the jury. Let me know if you do, because at least I couldn't find any. And even in the televote, there weren't any either, except for one, which was, Ukraine-Poland, which, given the current situation, makes a whole lot of sense. So yeah, fair enough there. And also, speaking of the jury, and Sweden actually got 16 out of 20 of the 12 points in semifinal 2, versus only 5 12 points in the finals. That makes sense, because there were some stronger acts that weren't in semifinal 2, like obviously Spain and UK were also very jury friendly. While in contrast, Ukraine actually got only 12 out of 20 of the 12 points in the televote in semifinal 1, but they got 28 12 points in the final. I said 26 earlier. No, it's 28. So yeah, it's pretty interesting, this. I'm not really sure how to comment on it. And also, this year, Eurovision made history, because Azerbaijan was the first country to ever qualify with 0 televote points. Yes, I'm serious. Azerbaijan qualified for the grand final with not even a single point in the televote. So yeah, that's a I guess you can start a new term for this. Call it an Nadir Rustemli, it's just they got 90 something points in the jury, and then 0 points in the televote, which is still kind of insane if you ask me. But yeah, every year Eurovision creates history, and I guess this year's history is a country qualifying with 0 televote points. And it's also notable this year because it's actually the first time Russia has been absent from Eurovision since 1999. It's not necessarily the same as withdrawing, because actually for Kyiv 2017 they actually had planned an act, but obviously Ukrainians weren't gonna let the Russians in, so they withdrew instead. And before that, though, they had attended pretty much every single edition since the 2000s. And before that, they had also participated like 3 times, I think, 1994 to 96 or something like that. ironically including the one and only Philip Kirkorov, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, yeah, Russia hasn't been absent in Eurovision since 1999. They had withdrawn, but they hadn't been absent necessarily in 2017. But still, yeah, it is monumental, and I think at the very least, Russia will remain out for at least the next couple of years, maybe even a decade. Yeah, so let's just see what happens. I think Belarus is going to be out for quite a while as well. So again, let's just see what happens. This year also made history in a negative way, though, because this was the first time in at least a while, I think. I don't know exactly how far back because I haven't watched that many Eurovisions. But I do know that last year, in I think semifinal 1, Duncan Lawrence performed a different rendition of Arcade. But this year, notably, Måneskin have not performed Zetia Boni. You know, they performed their new song named Supermodel in the final, and that was great, and it was a bop, but it's not Zetia Boni. And it's kind of, if you ask me, it's a little bit disrespectful even of Eurovision traditions. You know, it doesn't matter how busy you are. Come on, it's just like, what, 3 minutes, you can sing a song once. That's fine, please. So yeah, I think it's a little disrespectful. No matter how busy you are, no matter how many VMAs you have to go to later, yeah, it's just a little disrespectful if you ask me. So yeah, that's a little unfortunate. And also unfortunate is the fact that Montenegro actually continues its streak of never qualifying with English language songs. You know, when I first heard Breathe, I thought maybe that would change, because, you know, I looked at their qualification record, and so far their qualifications have all been songs in Montenegrin, most notably Adio, or Audio. I have no idea how you pronounce it, but whatever. You know, that was one of the songs that they sent in Montenegrin, and obviously that qualified for the final. And I thought that maybe they would qualify with Breathe because it sounded pretty credible. Not incredible, credible. Yeah, it sounded pretty credible, and I thought they would qualify with this, even though it was in English. But yeah, I guess that just wasn't the case. You know, it was harmed by the running order, and also Vladana's vocals weren't really on point. So yeah, I guess this continues Montenegro's streak of not qualifying with English language songs. Let's see if that changes in the future, assuming they still participate in the next couple of years or so. I think they will, but yeah, let's just see what happens. And we're still not done with the statistics. Again, if you were you feel bored by this stuff, you know, you can just skip to the next section right now. Absolutely fine with that. I don't mind. I'm just a huge statistics nerd, so I just like looking at this stuff. But in that case, let's just continue. So let's look at the semi-final winners and, well, losers, I guess. This is the second time now Slovenia has ended last in their semi-final, and the third time Georgia has ended last in their semi-final. So I think they probably need to maybe rethink their selection approaches. Or maybe not, who knows, maybe just, you know, do your own thing. But I will say Georgia definitely takes junior Eurovision a lot more seriously than they do adult Eurovision, for sure. I mean, as we speak right now, their huge selection named Ranina is going on for junior Eurovision. So yeah, let's just see what happens there. But back to adult Eurovision, though. This is the second time Ukraine has won their semifinal, and actually the fifth time Sweden has won their semifinal. So yeah, you can clearly see that there's experience on both ends, I guess. And I also did some calculations and some counting for this, but in fact, actually, for this next bit, I actually coded a little thing to help my data input be a little easier. I decided to separate the countries in the grand final into different regions, which were Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Mediterranean, Balkan, which basically just means Serbia, and Northern Europe, and also the Caucasus plus Australia, because I couldn't figure out how else to really group Australia. But I calculated it, and the strongest regions were Eastern Europe plus the Baltics. I counted the Baltics into Eastern Europe because they are. But if you want to separate it, I'm pretty sure the Estonia and Lithuania add up to 269 points. So you can just subtract it yourself, see what happens. It's all another really strong region is the Mediterranean. Spain, Greece, Portugal, etc. With 1,149 points there. Western Europe had 724 points. Northern Europe 678, and we also have the weakest regions here, which were Central Europe 267 points, which was basically just Switzerland, Czech Republic, and Poland added together, which gives us 267 points. And the Caucasus plus Australia only added up to 292 points, which is kind of why I put Australia there, because otherwise it would be even lower than that. And the Baltics alone, like I said earlier, was 269 points, and the Balkans, which just means Serbia, basically, 312, of course. These are the weakest regions technically, but again, one of those regions is literally just one country. So what can you say? Anyway, this next bit I also took a really long time to do. Actually, I had done this counting for like 2 hours straight, just looking through the archives on the Eurovision.tv website, and I had to just basically go through every single country to see how many jury members ranked a certain country first and a certain country last. So the countries that were ranked first by the most jurors were the UK, which got 28 out of 170. That number is weird, but this also doesn't count the jurors from Georgia, Azerbaijan, Montenegro, because they were cheating and stuff, so they got a new score made up by the EBU. So they didn't count those, so we're just at 170 here. Anyway, the UK got 28 first places, Sweden got 24, Ukraine got 22, and Spain got 21, which is pretty similar to the actual jury results, except of course Spain is higher than Ukraine. So make it at what you will. But also, very interestingly, actually I should point out that Serbia was ranked first by 10 jurors, which is interesting because Serbia also got ranked last by 24 jurors alongside Moldova. 22 jurors ranked France last, 20 Romania, and 18 Iceland. Yeah, not really surprising with these as well. Again, it just goes to show how polarizing, I guess, Incorporazione can be. So, these are some interesting stats that I thought might be interesting. And in this slide, we focused mostly just on this contest. But in the next slide, I'm going to be looking at stuff that's more affecting kind of like the general trend and how it compares to other more, I guess, equivalent contests, and see, I guess, how they pair up. So a couple of days ago, I saw this diagram that the Twitter account Eurovisionario put out on their profile, which basically covers every single top 45 highest jury plus televote scores. Basically, kind of just like calculating the scores of various high scoring countries in different years if they were calculated with the current post 2015 system. And in this top 45, it was found that there were only 4 new additions to this highest ranking, which were, as you might expect, the top 4 of Eurovision 2022. With in particular actually Spaceman, Slow Mo, and Hold Me Closer actually rounding out the top 20, all at 18 to 20 actually, all 3 of them just side by side. So I think that's pretty interesting. And on the topic of that diagram though, it was found that Stefania was actually the 4th highest total score ever, and actually the 6th ever score that is above 600. As we know, Armar Pilish Deutsch got 758, but with this new calculation, it was actually found that Fairy Tale got 690, Euphoria got 639, Heroes got 625, and of course we know that Beautiful Mess got 615, and in the middle we have Stefania with 631. So that's again the 6th ever score to reach to exceed 600 points. And I also did this calculation myself, but they actually, with Stefania, they actually got the 3rd highest score per country, which is basically just kind of taking the score and then dividing it by the total number of countries in the contest minus 1. So, for example, this year it would be 631 divided by 40 minus 1, because obviously you can't vote for yourself. So, and with that, I kind of worked out the highest score per countries, or score per capita, I guess you would call it. The highest is still Armar Pilish Deutsch, and also Fairy Tale is above it. But interestingly, Euphoria wasn't actually that high, but Stefania was very high, higher than Heroes, higher than Euphoria, and also higher than Beautiful Mess. And I'm not even gonna show Zetia Boni here because it just frankly wasn't that high at all. And also I decided to kind of just calculate the total number of points held by the top 5 since 2016. So and I found that actually 2022 had the 2nd highest total top 5 tally since the rule change in 2016. 2017 actually had 2,454 points between the entire top 5, which again, I can't remember 5th place, but it was Portugal, Bulgaria, Moldova, Belgium, and one more country. I can't remember the 5th one. I'm sorry, I haven't watched it. But between those 5 countries, we had 2,454 points, with in particular the top 2 alone taking up 1,300 points or something like that. Anyway, yeah, this actually was taking up 81.366% of the entire available amount of points in that year, which is insane. But 2022 was also really high as well. Stefania, Spaceman, Slow Mo, Hold Me Closer, and Incorporesano added up to a whopping 2,306 points, which took up 79.517% of the total number of available points. If you want to calculate that, it's just 40 times 58, which if you want to calculate it again, 58 is basically just like 12, 10, 8, 7 down to 1 times 2, because televote and jury vote, and then times that by 40, and voila, you get the total count. I can't remember the number now, but anyway, yeah, 2022 the top 5 actually took up almost, as you can see here, almost 80% of the total top 5 tally, which is insane. And after that, we have 2021, where Zetia Boni, Voila, Tout l'univers, 10 years, and Shum took up 2,104 points, which was approximately 72.845% of the available total points. It goes to show that even despite the huge number of points that Ukraine had incurred, I guess, it still was a really, really strong top 5 this year that took up most of the points that were available. And also, speaking of the top 5, this is the highest ever 4th place score. Cornelia got 438 points for Sweden, and the previous highest 4th place score was actually 378 when in Iceland 2021 with Duffy and Gagnamanov, when they got 378 points with 10 years. Some people were thinking that maybe the 4th place would never break the 400 points threshold, but I guess they were proven wrong this year, with Cornelia getting 438 points. Again, cough cough, goes to show she was robbed, cough cough. Anyway, with that, this means that this is the first ever Eurovision Song Contest where the entire top 4 got more than 400 points, which is insane. And a final note, if Eurovision 2023 is indeed not hosted in Ukraine due to, say, safety concerns, this will be the first Eurovision since 1980 which was not hosted in the winning country. Previously there were cases where sometimes the winning country is too small to host Eurovision, like Monaco that one year. I don't remember which year it was, to be honest, but one year Monaco actually won Eurovision, but the year after that, they're too small to host, but the UK hosted, I think, in Edinburgh, I think. I'm starting to ramble now, but in 1979, Israel won Eurovision, ironically, on home ground, actually. But then the year after that, they were like, we can't afford this, and in fact didn't even participate, and they actually withdrew from Eurovision that year, and instead it was hosted, the contest the year after that, in 1980, was actually hosted in the Netherlands, in The Hague. If Eurovision 2023 is also not going to be hosted in, say, I don't know, Kyiv or Lviv, then this will also be the first time since 1980 when the winning country doesn't host Eurovision. So that's I guess something to look out for. I don't know. But yeah, here's some statistics that I thought might be interesting. If you sat through all this and genuinely was interested by all this, then good on you. If you skipped to this part, then welcome back, because now we're gonna get into some very interesting stuff. So with that, let's get right into the gossip. And what I mean by gossip is essentially ships. And what I mean by that, if you're not familiar with that part of the internet, is that sometimes people take two characters, sometimes imaginary, sometimes actual real people, and kind of just romantically pair them with each other. An example of real people would be Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. I think people genuinely shipped that for a while. And one that's more relevant to Eurovision is Eventix, which of course was the representatives respectively of Norway and Azerbaijan from last year. But I do want to say that unless the two people actually show significant romantic tendencies towards each other, maybe don't ship them, it's rude, they might not even know each other at all. There was this video going around of Cornelia talking to Chanel in their hotel lobby, and then people just randomly started shipping them for no reason, and I found that to be kind of weird. But let's talk about a few ships that some people have speculated on, and then one that I think might actually have some substantial material. And our first one is S10X Stefan. So this came about because during the Amsterdam pre-party, also known as Eurovision in concert, Stefan actually said to one of the journalists at songfestival.nl, I think, who said, and he said to the journalist that apparently after he won Estilao, which is the Estonian selection, he of course got a lot of congratulatory messages on Instagram, but he noticed a verified account sending him congratulations as well, and that account was S10, who said she loved his song and can't wait to see him in Turin. And then he checks out her profile and finds out that S10 is representing the Netherlands in Eurovision 2022. And then some people were like, oh my god, should we ship them or something? Some people even came up with a ship name called S10 Fawn. But of course, nothing really happened. I don't think, like, the only thing I can... Well, it's not really it. It's the only real interaction I've seen is during Eurovision concert when there was this video going around Twitter of Chanel, Brooke, and Ronella like taking selfies at the bottom of the stage while someone was talking, and then someone was like, oh, someone was making a pro-Ukraine speech and they're being so disrespectful, yada yada, when in reality it was actually just Stefan doing a Q&A on stage. And then S10 was also watching very attentively. But beyond that, there really isn't much. I'm not even sure they actually talked in Turin or even Amsterdam. Who knows? But yeah, not really much came out of that. So I think it's safe to say that nothing really came out of this. I guess they're just friends. I don't even know if you can call them that. And the second one is Brooke X Ackman, and well, it's another one that's not gone anywhere because, well, I'm not even sure where it came from. The only indication of quote-unquote romance was, I think it was Brooke doing an Instagram live stream, and then Sheldon Riley came in and commented, what do you think of Ackman, or something like that. I don't know if she responded. I didn't follow this very closely. But the only real interaction I remember them having was another Instagram live stream where they were both on the live stream this time. Brooke and Ackman, not Sheldon Riley. And Brooke was, I think, on the roof of her house, I think. Brooke was trying to do a backflip, and then she landed on her back, and Ackman just kept saying, no, that was nice, you can do it, I think. Something like that. And Brooke does say that she used to be able to do it, and then, well, she wasn't able to do it on the live stream, and then Ackman was like laughing and stuff, but that's really about it. I don't think really anything happened out of that. I think they're not really even friends. They barely even know each other. Also, fun fact, Brooke is actually older than Ackman. That's something that shocked me when I found out about it as well, was Brooke is actually older than Ackman. You know, Ackman sounds and looks like someone from his 30s or something, when in reality Brooke is 23, and I'm pretty sure Ackman is only 22, or at the very least, at least a few months younger than Brooke, so that's actually hilarious. But again, it's safe to say that nothing really came out of this. Now, this third one is interesting because I don't think there's anything there either, but there might be, and, you know, if it did happen, are we really surprised, you know? I mean, since when has Cornelia ever given a straight vibe, right? But this is Cornelia x Isa, and if you don't know who Isa is, basically she's one of the co-songwriters of Hold Me Closer. The other one being David Zanden, who Cornelia says is her current boyfriend. But also during the show, Cornelia did a live stream, I believe, on TikTok, and someone caught this shot where I suspect Cornelia was probably a little drunk, and then basically asked for kisses from Isa, and well, she obliged. While on the side, David was just kind of vibing to the song that was being played, being performed. I don't know what song it was because the video was actually muted. But yeah, there was this on the live stream, and again, are we really surprised if it does happen? But again, she's Cornelia is technically taken, and she has said in interviews that she's known Isa for I think 16 years now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just something that they kind of just do spontaneously. So yeah, no one really knows what's up with that. But yeah, there is this joke that someone made with the clip of Cornelia and Chanel talking to each other, and someone wrote the caption "Dos tipos de lesbiana," which means the two types of lesbian. And with Cornelia, well, again, do you really think she's straight? Come on. And with Chanel, well, this transitions very nicely into the next slide, because we are talking about Morel. Now, Morel is basically Chanel x Maria, and if you don't know who Maria is, basically she's one of Chanel's dancers during the performance of Slow Mo, as highlighted on the left there. Now, this thing kind of started when people were noticing Chanel and Maria were getting pretty close. But no one really thought anything of it, and just girls being girls and all that, until on the day of the grand final, right after Eurovision ended, RTVE was kind of broadcasting this live footage of the backstage at Eurovision when Chanel and her team were just kind of dealing with the fact that they got the best result for Spain since 1995 or whatever. And then this happened, that one with the purple background right there. It's still up. A lot of people have seen it now, obviously, because it was on live TV and all that, and people also saved the clip in multiple places. So, and yeah, and then people started making a ship name for it. There are fanfics out there of this. People are still writing them, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, there's a lot of these random snippets of them being particularly close, and then someone reminded everyone that Chanel actually has a boyfriend, and in the next slide I'm going to talk about who this boyfriend is. But yeah, in April, I think Chanel actually talked about actually having a boyfriend, that he would also go and watch Chanel in Turin, but no one's gonna recognize him. And then well, as you will be able to find out in the next slide, people found out the identity of this boyfriend, and just in case you're interested, there's some stuff that I haven't shown here. For example, when Chanel and her dancers were on this kind of talk show called La Noche D, and then someone just straight up asked Chanel, "Are you dating one of your dancers?" And then she just kind of walked off the set. And well, either way, she didn't really answer the question one way or the other, nor did Maria. And yeah, a lot of these photos here that I found are just kind of from, the Eurovision season. Of course, there's that one on the bottom right in the green room. There's also Instagram live footage of Maria resting her face on Chanel's ass as she stands up. And yeah, there's just a lot of footage of the two being unusually close, if I'm being honest, because she doesn't show this kind of affection with any of the other dancers, actually. So yeah, people just got really invested into this, of course, especially lesbians of Spain. So yeah, you might also notice in the slide that I wrote Chanel going poly ? And in the next slide I'll be explaining why I think that might be the case. I also feel like I will be remiss if I didn't mention a post that Maria made shortly after Eurovision. So after Eurovision, Maria actually made a post both on Twitter and Instagram with the caption "Las amigas que se besan son la mejor compañía." My Spanish is terrible. But basically it translates to "friends that kiss are the best company," something like that. And then some people immediately just kind of called the ship off. When in reality, I kind of looked it up and I found that it's actually a song lyric in a Rosalia song. And the song, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't really talk about much. Rosalia co-produced it with some Dominican rapper, I think. I think that was it. The song doesn't really mean much, so I don't think it really means too much to this. So there are still people who continue to ship it, though to be fair, it's been fairly quiet on that end as of late. But with that, let's move on to this mysterious boyfriend of Chanel's. And Chanel's boyfriend is named Bastian Iglesias. And he also goes by the artist name Afkar, Afkar. And one thing that I noticed that's very interesting is that Afkar, which is what I'm going to be calling him from now on, also follows Maria on Instagram and vice versa. This may be due to the fact that they're both set to star in a certain musical. It could be another reason, who knows, but Afkar could be just following Maria because she's a dancer for Chanel, who knows. Anyway, of course that doesn't explain it the other way around, but yeah, regardless, they know each other, and in fact, between me making this slide and recording this, Afkar actually posted an Instagram story of Maria doing some sort of dancing warm-up. And yeah, so it goes to show that they know each other, okay? But yeah, there's also this thing that I found from an interview where she was asked on whether on what she thought about polyamorous relationships, and she said, well, this, I'm not going to read it all out, but we'll say she said what she has experienced so far have been monogamous relationships, and who knows if that's going to change or not. But I will say again, with all this, it means that Chanel, Maria, and Afkar are all following each other, so make of that what you will. But yeah, it was some Spanish magazine, I think, that found Bastian, I guess, with Chanel at some resorts in Tenerife, and later Chanel also posted some Instagram stories with Afkar. So yeah, and also she shared some of his music. So yeah, I should say that the interview that Chanel did where she talked about polyamory was actually done basically right after she got back to Spain. So yeah, it's not like something from years ago or something. It's quite literally just, well, as I'm recording this, just a month ago. So yeah, pretty recent stuff. But yeah, again, like I said, not a whole lot happening, though in the next slide I will show what's been going on lately. So, like I said, it's been pretty quiet since they got back to Spain, and recently, their most recent appearance together was yet another performance of slow mo. This time at, I think, it's also in Tenerife, but it's this I think opening act to a carnival or something like that. In which they again performed slow mo for the millionth time now. But yeah, and then they took this selfie right in the middle, and as you can see, Chanel and Maria are standing next to each other again. And also there's this thing that I found online where Chanel, I think, was talking to Kyle Hanagami, her choreographer, because she doesn't usually write in English, but Kyle doesn't speak Spanish, so yeah. And obviously genius is an English word, so there. And then Afkar, you can see here, responded with Ma Queen and a yellow heart emoji. Now, why is that important? Now, there's this thing that I looked up on the internet. I just googled it. Kind of what the yellow heart emoji means. And I'm reading off of it here. It can convey love just like any other heart symbol or emoji, but its yellow color often get used to show liking and friendship as opposed to romantic love. And then there's this other one. Sorry if the rain's a little loud in the background. I can't do anything about it. But there's this other definition that says, this is a very gentle energy, most likely to be used in a familial relationship, friendship, or romantic thing that's moving into friendship territory. It is also good for new relationships where you want to show affection without fear of coming on too strong, or when you're sending to family members. Now, what can we read from that? Absolutely nothing, because it can mean a lot of things depending on how you interpret it. But I'm pretty sure Afkar was fully conscious of his decision when choosing to use the yellow heart emoji. So, make it out what you will. I don't know what to make it out myself. But there's something that happened, and of course there's this photo right here of Chanel and co performing slow-mo, and that blurred image on the left, it actually comes from the latest video that Kyle Hanagami uploaded to YouTube, kind of about his Eurovision journey, which also starred Chanel herself and one of the other guys, I can't remember, one of the other Spanish songwriters. Anyway, yeah, it was in that video someone caught this screenshot where, as you can see, Maria is sitting on the lap of Chanel, and Chanel is, you can see for yourself. I don't know if there's a full resolution version of this, but that's something that happened presumably during the Eurovision season. I still haven't watched the video myself, so I have no idea. But if you want any kind of latest updates, that's it. Because Maria had actually also made a post about her appearance in Tenerife, and curiously, Chanel has not made a single comment on it as yet, not even liked the post or anything. So yeah, make it out what you will. That's kind of what happened so far. Obviously, a lot more is going on, kind of behind the scenes. So yeah, who knows what's going on? I'll be following this for the rest of summer. You don't have to, because you're probably not crazy like I am. Last summer I was following Eventix like crazy, and it's not dead actually. Incidentally, as you may have seen on Twitter, some Eurofans actually got photos with the both of them in Turin, and Effendi was also in the stadium watching semifinal 1, because she was actually invited by the Norwegian delegation to watch semifinal 1. Even gave her like freaking free merch from Subwoofer and all that. And yeah, by the way, no, Tix is not DJ Astronaut. No one actually knows who DJ Astronaut is, which is hilarious, because we do know who the Wolves are. The Wolves are Gota Ormosson and Ben Adams from A1. But we don't actually know who DJ Astronaut is, because Tix did it for a while, but I'm pretty sure that was him just trying out the outfit in Norway. The footage that was released by NRK. Another guy called Thomas Hayes was also rumored. Thomas Hayes is a British Norwegian actor, if you don't know, because I didn't know. Anyway, yeah, he also posted Instagram stories with the DJ Astronaut outfit, but he was also seen in turn watching the show, the grand final, where Norway was performing. So it's not him either, so no one really knows who DJ Astronaut is. Yes, I'm going off tangents now, but yeah, I followed Fentix all summer last year, and they're not technically dead, but nothing much is really coming out of it other than them watching Eurovision together. Not even final. I think Fendi was watching the grand final in Turin, but of course Tix had to fly back to Norway because he was the Norwegian spokesperson. So yeah, last summer I followed Fentix, and then I guess this summer I'm following, well, this, or whatever comes out of it. Wouldn't it be funny though if Chanel goes to Eurovision, sings possibly the straightest song known to humanity, and then comes home and starts dating a woman? And with that, let's get into my final thoughts on Eurovision 2022. Now, let me first start off by saying that this was just a really messy show to me, both during the show and before. The whole production is just bad, I think. This is an Italophobia. This is bad production phobia. Maybe I was a little spoiled by starting watching Eurovision on a year that many regard to have been one of the best years in recent history. But yeah, this was, I think everyone can agree that the production this year was not as good as last year in Rotterdam, even though there might have been better songs, but the production of the show, I think, just wasn't very good at all. I look forward to seeing who's gonna host next year, and maybe they probably will actually do better than Rai, because yeah, this year was just kind of disappointing in that regard. And also the results are weird. Like, how the hell did North Macedonia and Croatia get 11th in their semis when we were pegging them to be last place in their semis? And also, how did Ireland not qualify and not even come close to qualifying? And some of us might have actually been surprised that Israel didn't qualify either. But again, like I said in my semifinal 2 video, it was just a little it was just going too early in the running order as a televote dependent song, and I guess not even the jury liked it too much, to the point where they would give it a qualification. So yeah, just weird results. And of course, Moldova getting their massive televote score with a song that, if you ask me, is objectively musically not good. And also the hype for Norway, Poland, and Cyprus kind of just falling off a cliff. And of course, some of them got pretty disappointing results. The weird results, and of course, the elephant in the room, France flopping like hell, Czech Republic flopping like hell in the final, even though they qualified pretty nicely. Just a lot of weird results overall. Oh yeah, and also Cyprus last place in the semi-final jury. Goodness. And also today I saw a graphic, again from Eurovision Aereo, which showed the rankings of each country for Albania in the first semi-final, and it was revealed that actually a lot of countries, both in the televote and jury, actually had Albania as their last place. Jesus Christ. And then meanwhile, Greece is like 12 points, 12 points. I don't know what's up with that, if you ask me. Yeah, just a lot of really weird results. But I suppose that's just kind of how Eurovision is sometimes, you know. A really dramatic pop ballad from Greece placing lower than this funky, folky tune from Moldova. Yeah, I guess that's just kind of how Eurovision is sometimes. And of course, we can't leave this without talking about the jury cheating situation. Some countries are getting really angry about that. Cough, cough, Romania. And some of the other ones are rather quiet about it. Cough, cough, Poland. Maybe because they kind of want to try and host next year. Who knows? Yeah, it's you can't really go without saying it. But some people have noted the huge difference between Martin Osterdahl and Jan Olsson in how they deal with these kinds of cheating stuff. You know, for example, I think to this day we still don't have the split results of 2013 because you know, people suspected that Azerbaijan might have been buying votes or something like that. But yeah, we still don't have the results, the split results of 2013. Well, this year Martin Osterdahl was very smart to only announce that there were cheating juries in the second semi during the grand final. And of course, it wasn't actually, you know, technical difficulties causing some countries to not be able to announce their points. It was them potentially still trying to announce their cheating points. So Martin Osterdahl was like, no, I'm gonna announce it myself. Yeah, so kudos to him on that. I think in this regard, he's done a lot better than his predecessor, which had done essentially nothing about Azerbaijan being during multiple times now slightly suspicious with their juries and with other countries' juries as well. So yeah, again, good job to Martin Osterdahl on that regard. He's definitely doing better than Jan Olsson. And yeah, I can't wait to see what happens next with the next edition of the contest that he's overseeing. And finally, Cornelia, absolutely love her. New favorite artist now. Right now, I think she's doing a tour in Sweden and in some parts of Finland. She's also going to Tenerife. This is like the third time I've mentioned Tenerife in this video now. I think she's going to there for some sort of pride event later in the month. In fact, I think in a few days, as I'm recording this, she might already have appeared there as you're watching this video. But yeah, Cornelia is doing all sorts of stuff. She's touring and she's trying to get new music out. During Melfest final week, she released a new song named Fine, and I've been listening to that a lot. She's also got some other songs that she wants to release. For example, one called Daylight, I think, which she says is actually Hold Me Closer from the Other Perspective, which is very interesting. And I think she's also got some Swedish language songs lined up as well. I'm not sure, but she does say that in the future she does want to quote unquote do this again, this being Eurovision. But usually Melfest isn't very kind with returnees. Like the only Melfest winner that has won Melfest twice, to my memory anyway, is Carola, who incidentally is also Cornelia's favorite Swedish Eurovision winner, because Sweden is a country that can do that now. You can pick from your favorite winners because you've won so many times. I do remember during the London pre-party, Cornelia sang a little bit of Heroes, and yeah, one thing about this I do want to say though is that the only reason Cornelia actually broke the Swedish point record is because of this new voting system. Because if you use the old system and apply it to say 2012 or 2015, both Mons and Loreen will have gotten more than 600 points. So yeah, Cornelia only got 400 something points. So yeah, she technically broke the record, but also technically didn't, you know. But yeah, back to Carola though. Again, she actually did Eurovision for Sweden twice, though it was a larger gap than some other countries returnees have done. However, yeah, she won Melfest twice, but that was in the 80s and 90s. And again, Melfest nowadays tends to be pretty tends to treat their you know, ex Melfest winners quite poorly. See Loreen 2017, you know, with statements. And yeah, so I think maybe in a couple of years we might see Cornelia back in Melfest, but whether she wins again or not, like her favorite Swedish winner, Carola, you know, we'll just have to see what happens. And incidentally, Carola only won Eurovision the second time when she participated in Eurovision. You know, the first time I think she got third place or something like that, or fourth place as well. And then the second time she came back, it was in Italy again, which is why some of us were kind of really hoping Cornelia would win, because Carola also won in Italy, but well, Cornelia didn't. But yeah, it was the second time that Carola participated in Eurovision that she actually won. So maybe second time's the charm for Cornelia. Who knows? But she does say she wants to do this again, and you know, I look forward to seeing what she is up to next. She says that she's releasing new music soon, and she's also announcing more tour dates soon. So yeah, she's got a sizable following in Spain, in obviously in Sweden, and she's also got a bunch of fans, a bunch of very valiant fans in, ironically, Italy. So yeah, that I'm very excited to see what happens with her next, and also I'll also be following some of the other Eurovision artists this year, like Brooke. She's also released a new single called Tongues. Again, you can check that out. I think I like it a lot. So yeah, you can check it out for yourself. Yeah, I'll follow a couple of these Eurovision artists after Eurovision and see what they're up to. So yeah, that's Eurovision 2022. A huge mess, but out came several gems, both in the literal sense and the comedic sense. And for kind of posterity purposes, here is my post-show top 40. Now, I actually made this a while ago, and not gonna lie, I already kind of want to change it, but yeah, it shows my personal musical preferences combined with how well I thought they were executed in the Turin stage, and you can see that well, you can see that Ireland is really high up there, because I really did think Brooke deserved to qualify. I think she was better than several finalists, if you ask me, like Belgium, Azerbaijan, and no offense, but Iceland. Yeah, some of these really kind of disappointed me. As you can see, Cyprus I've moved all the way down to 25, and I think it was like, what, 13th in my top before. You know, the show was just really disappointing there. And as was Austria, actually. Yeah, if you're surprised by Serbia being that low, don't be, because it's actually higher than my previous position. Yeah, some of these just I didn't like at all. So yeah, I raised some other countries, moved down some countries, and in hindsight, I think France probably shouldn't be that high. I still like the song a lot, but yeah, after seeing that live performance, I did kind of realize that their vocals weren't really up to par per se. So yeah, I don't know if I would still put it that high, but yeah. So here's my kind of post-show top 40, at least made like right after a show. I might change it now still, but I already posted it in my thread, so I can't really change it. So I guess that's it. That's Eurovision 2022 in my top 40. Let me know what you think of it. And again, I made this kind of right after the show, which is why Albania is still that high. In retrospect, I think I would put it a little lower than that. I don't know where exactly, but yeah, this is probably not in my personal top 10 anymore, which goes to show how our personal taste changes all the time, and you can't really just lock it in because, your mood changes, your feeling towards the performance changes. So yeah, again, here's my top 40. And as much as I want to change it, I think I'll just keep it as is to kind of just show my immediately post-ESC mood. Yeah, I might re-rank it in the future, but for now, this is my top 40 and it's not changing. So finally, what's next? Well, of course, we're gonna look to Eurovision 2023. Now, on the article written on the Eurovision website, it has this paragraph that I'm just gonna read out here. Traditionally, the winning country hosts the following contest, but this isn't always possible, as it was the case for the winning broadcasters in 1956, 1959, 1962, 1971, 1973, and 1979. And there are no hard and fast rules dictating who should host in these circumstances. Now, I saw a Twitter thread today that just basically kind of recounted all of these aforementioned circumstances in which the winning country was not able to host. And spoiler alert, in a lot of these cases, the UK was given the hosting instead, even though in some circumstances they may not have even come second place. Sometimes they have, so it makes sense. For example, I think one time Monaco won, and obviously Monaco doesn't have the space to host, so they hosted it next year in Edinburgh. I don't remember which year it was, but yeah, it was hosted in Edinburgh, and this year it looks very likely that the UK will be hosting Eurovision 2023. Well, not this year, next year, but you get it. We're technically in 2023 season now, but whatever. And why do I say that? Because people have looked at the schedule of the OVO Arena, or OVO Arena, I have no idea how you pronounce it, it's probably OVO, but whatever. The OVO Arena in Glasgow, Scotland, which was actually used as the Eurovision Arena in the Eurovision movie. And actually, someone looked at the schedule, right? And interestingly, in May and I think April 2023, they had either rescheduled everything or just straight up cancelled some shows, leading some to speculate that they might be getting Glasgow ready to host Eurovision 2023. So who knows if that's gonna happen. I have heard that Lee Smithhurst, who is the head of delegation for the BBC, is already having meetings about Eurovision 2023. So might he be talking about hosting Eurovision 2023 in Glasgow? Who knows? But yeah, I will say though, it's kind of funny because if you haven't followed Scottish politics lately, I don't blame you. But in case you didn't know, next year the Scottish National Party, which is the ruling party in Scotland, is actually planning to hold an independence referendum, and independence for Scotland out of the United Kingdom. But no one knows exactly when the referendum will take place yet. I've actually heard some big news will be announced this week or next week. So maybe I'll add that in editing. But imagine the irony if Eurovision 2023 is hosted in Glasgow, and then a couple months later, people decide that they're gonna vote to leave the United Kingdom. That would be hilarious if you ask me. But yeah, who knows what's gonna happen there, and perhaps even just for that reason alone, they might not choose Glasgow and instead maybe Manchester. I don't think they're gonna host it in London for two reasons. One, London is very crowded and very congested, and second, last year the BBC made a really huge deal of part of their production team moving up to Salford in Greater Manchester. So yeah, I think if it's hosted in the UK but not in Glasgow, I think it's probably gonna be Manchester. And I've also listed here a bunch of cities that could host Eurovision in case the UK doesn't do it, or at least in case Glasgow doesn't do it. Obviously they could do Kyiv or Lviv, but in that case, expect a lot of countries to withdraw because, safety concerns. Again, Manchester could do it, Stockholm could do it. The mayor of Stockholm, I think, or one of the people in the economic department of Stockholm said that they would be up to host Eurovision 2023. It might even be Valencia, Barcelona, though today the president of RTVE did say that it's probably going to be with the BBC. It could even go to Utrecht, Maastricht. These were candidate cities for Eurovision 2020 actually, but of course they lost out to Rotterdam. But again, the Dutch broadcaster has said that if the EBU requests them to host another Eurovision, then they would, keeping in mind that actually the most recent non-winning country host was actually the Netherlands. Again, like I said in the statistics part, Israel won in 1979, and then they suddenly have to withdraw for 1980, so that was hosted in the Netherlands. It could even go right back to Turin. The mayor of Turin said they would be willing to do another Eurovision if the EBU requests them to, but I don't think anyone's going to request them to anytime in the near future. But yeah, a lot of candidate cities, but if you ask me, I'd say get ready to renew your passport if you're in Europe, because we're probably heading to Manchester or Glasgow. Yeah, I think it's one of those two cities if you ask me. And also, of course, we have Junior Eurovision after Adult Eurovision ended this year. Of course, it's going to be held in Yerevan, in exactly the same place as Junior Eurovision 2011, actually. And this edition is going to be a special one because it's going to be the 20th Junior Eurovision Song Contest. And I've heard that the EBU are trying to get more countries on board. I think the UK is pretty much confirmed returning at this point. I mean, they did well in Adult Eurovision, and they'd actually been talking to the EBU about returning to Junior Eurovision even before Junior Eurovision 2021 happened. So yeah, I think the UK is pretty much confirmed. We could also see Iceland, because Iceland sent a delegation to Paris last year, and their delayed broadcast actually had like 96% view share, which is insane. So yeah, we could see Iceland in Junior Eurovision debuting as well. We might even see Slovakia. Recently, we heard news that the Slovak broadcaster is actually having an election for their new director general, and the current one obviously is very anti-Eurovision. As you can tell by their non-participation in Eurovision in the last decade. But they are electing a new one. I have heard, though, that the current one is still a favorite to be re-elected. But in the event that they elect someone that is less anti-Eurovision, we might see them even debut in Junior Eurovision, because remember that Slovakia actually has the resources to do Eurovision, because in 2009 and 2010 I think they had an actual national final called Eurosong, just like the Irish one. But yeah, they actually have the resources to do Eurovision, and actually as recently as 2019 and 2021, they were considering entering Junior Eurovision, which is very interesting given their absence in adult Eurovision. But right now, the long and short with Slovakia is that next month, as I'm recording this, which will be July, they will be having an election out of an 8-person shortlist for their next Director General of the National Broadcaster, RTVS. So once that happens, then they will decide whether they will do Eurovision and Junior Eurovision. But we could see Slovakia debut in Yerevan. Who knows? But again, I think this particular Director General is probably holding people back. I've heard from Czech folks that this current Director General thinks apparently that Eurovision is the worst thing the EBU has produced, and they aren't even allowed to talk about Eurovision on the news, for God's sake. So yeah, don't know what's up with that. But yeah, with Junior Eurovision 2022, I think for the most part we can see most, if not all, of the Junior Eurovision 2021 countries return, bar maybe Italy, because Italy had terrible viewing figures. But yeah, I think most, if not all, of the 2021 countries will make a return in 2022, bar Russia for obvious reasons. But yeah, I think we'll see all of them, bar Russia and maybe Italy. We might get a few returns like the UK. We might get Iceland to debut. I think Sweden said no, so previously they were considering it, but SVT has said no. We might get Greece and or Cyprus. Yeah, no idea at this point. We will get the full country list, I think, by October, or maybe September. So yeah, actually, as I'm recording this, Georgia is already selecting their representative, and we're already down to a 4-person final. And by the time this video comes out, I'm pretty sure we will already know the Georgian representative for Junior Eurovision 2022. And also, I think the Netherlands is doing their selection as well, called Junior Song Festival, and I think it's gonna conclude in September or something like that. So yeah, I guess these are some of the Junior Eurovision selections to look out for if you're interested. Yeah, I have no idea if Azerbaijan's gonna participate or not. They might just no-show it to kind of pretend that they're pissed off at the EBU for the whole jury thing this year. But yeah, maybe we won't see Azerbaijan, even though their head of delegation says they should. Yeah, no idea there, but I think we'll be looking forward to a great show in Yerevan, and I'm almost 100% certain it will look better and be organized better than the show in Italy. Yeah, I just think Turin was a huge mess, start to finish. And I'm hoping Yerevan will be better, and I'm hoping Manchester/Glasgow 2023 will also be better. And given the BBC, I think they will. And beyond that, we also have OGAE Second Chance, which I'll actually cover in my national selections video. And we also have ESC 250, which I won't be doing a video on because, who has the time, right? But I will be posting my votes on Twitter, so I guess you can stay tuned to that if you're interested. So yeah, very interesting stuff ahead, and of course, like I said before, I'll be making a video for the national selections, not just the televised ones, but also internal selections that had notable candidates in them. So yeah, with that, I guess that takes us to the end of this video. Actually, one more thing I thought I should mention. I don't think anyone cares about it, frankly, but there's this thing called Eurovision Young Musicians, and it was actually suspended, I think, in 2020 and 2021. It was meant to be held in Zagreb, Croatia in 2020. It was just cancelled in 2021, and this year it's coming back, but it's actually being hosted in Montpellier in France. There will be 9 countries, up from a previous 8, when the previous host country suddenly decided that they wouldn't withdraw anymore. And yeah, the countries are, let me read off of this: Germany, Austria, Belgium, Croatia, France, Norway, Poland, Czech Republic, and Sweden. Now, yeah, this is something that's happening, I think, in July. And if you're interested in this event, you could absolutely follow it, but I don't think most people actually care. And obviously, I will be making videos, or maybe just a video, about Junior Eurovision 2022. Mostly, of course, I'll just be tweeting, but yeah, that's my preview of what's coming up next. And those were my full afterthoughts on Eurovision 2022. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Like this video if you enjoyed my very long commentary. Be sure to subscribe to my channel so you don't miss my national finals video that's coming soon, as well as a reviewing predictions video that I'm gonna do later. If you sat through the whole thing, that's just seriously impressive. And if you have done that, comment down below bacon. Spell it however you want. Just write bacon. Don't tell anyone what it means. It'll be just our little secret. But yeah, seriously though, hope you enjoyed this video. You can, as always, find me on Twitter at BlueRigel4, where I'll be tweeting about all kinds of things. Yeah, stay tuned for my upcoming videos. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.